Orders of today. Yes, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practices of the House, that A, the report stage amendment to Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code Conversion Therapy appearing before the notice paper in the name of the Minister of Justice be deemed adopted on division. B, Bill C6 be deemed concurred in at report stage on division. And C, the third reading of Bill C6 be allowed to be taken up at the same sitting.
All those opposed to the Honourable Members moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills comments. Commencement du débat à l'étape.
Beginning debate at report stage of Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Conversion Therapy.
There is one motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage on Bill C6. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
I will submit motion 1 to the House.
Sorry? Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Gold, moves that Bill C6, an act to amend at motion 5, to be amended by substitution at line 32 with the following. To paragraphs 102 to 500, Conversion Therapy 2 debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to begin by thanking you and also acknowledging that I will be sharing my time with the member for Waterloo, the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. I also want to begin by acknowledging I'm speaking today from the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and the...
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We need unanimous consent for the splitting of time. Does the Honourable Member have...
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to share his time?
Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, I'll begin by acknowledging I'm speaking from the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. And I commit every day to honor the treaties by which we share this land, which is ultimately a gift to us from our Creator. Madam Speaker, I rise today in the House for the third reading of this important bill, which brings forward amendments to the Criminal Code and moves us closer to seeing an end to the damaging practice of conversion therapy, a practice that continues to harm LGBTQ communities in Canada and around the world. This insidious and harmful practice must finally be put to stop, and this bill will bring about that important change. Madam Speaker, that's the formal way I would normally start a speech in this House, acknowledge the land we're on and name the bill and give my opinion on it. But I want to start again and simply say, I am a gay man. And this is a bill with amendments to the Criminal Code that is deeply personal and incredibly important to me. While I don't expect everyone to relate to this bill the way I do, and acknowledge, in fact, that out of 338 members in this place, there are only 4 out self-identified open LGBTQ members, much smaller than the proportion in Canada of the population, I do expect every member in this House to truly wrestle with what it means for them to vote against this bill. And if they say they're voting against it as a matter of conscience, then I believe they need to stare deeply into that conscience and ask themselves, why would I want to perpetrate an injustice against another human being, a friend, a colleague, a family member, a neighbor, a constituent, anyone who will be hurt by that action, hurt perhaps to the point of death? Why would they not want to stand with the vulnerable, with the oppressed, with the stigmatized, with the people who need their help the most? I've heard and read the speeches against these amendments, They're tired and worn out arguments that come from an age that I had thought we escaped long ago. Oh, the political rhetoric is there, trying to not sound like they're living in a stone age, saying they're not against conversion therapy, just against this bill. They claim that the definition is too broad, or there are drafting errors in the bill, or they say that the escape clauses for religious bodies, escape clauses to help those bodies avoid living up to God's command, are not clear enough or wide enough. But I would say to them, as the prophet Micah did, he has told you, O mortal, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? But to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. It's time for us to talk truth in this place. If you're against this bill, frankly, you're against me and against people like me. You're saying ultimately that we are less than you are, that somehow God made a mistake when God created us, and that we should change who we are, or at least consider changing who we are. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm here to say today, I'm not going to change. I don't want to change, and no one should be told that they have to change or should change the way God made them to be. Conversion therapy at its core implies that being gay, being lesbian, being bisexual, being transgender, being queer, being two-spirited is somehow wrong. And Madam Speaker, I'm here to say that that's not true. And I'm here to say it's time for this House to declare it by putting to bed the myth that conversion therapy can ever be right in any circumstance, in any place, at any time. We already know well that LGBTQ communities in Canada have faced and continue to face social and economic disadvantages, disparities in health, safety, employment, and income, housing. And these disparities are all linked to historic and systemic stigmatization and discrimination towards my community. According to a report prepared by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health, and based on a series of expert testimonies and submissions, a wide range of health disparities are noted, including barriers to accessing health services. Notably, issues persist whereby LGBTQ2 communities are still not able to discuss their sexual orientation with their physician, or if they do, they often need to educate themselves, their health professionals, about their health needs. That same report highlights disparities in employment, income, and housing. Strikingly, of the 40,000 homeless youth...
I apologize, but I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We are at report stage, not a third reading, so the time was only 5 minutes. This has become a bit convoluted. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I think if you try this one more time, you will find consent that notwithstanding any standing order, special or usual practice of the House, that a report stage amendment, Bill C6, an amendment to amend the Criminal Code conversion therapy appearing on the notice paper in the name of the Minister of Justice be deemed adopted on division, Bill C6 be deemed concurred in at report stage on division, and the third reading of Bill C6 be allowed to be taken up at the same sitting.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Comments? Commencement du débat.
Beginning debate at third reading of Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code conversion therapy.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, Ms. Jager from Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code conversion therapy, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not quite sure what I do now. Do I start over? Do I have 10 minutes now, or do I have 5 minutes now?
You have 20 minutes, so if you're splitting...
All right. Very good. So I get to... That was the dress rehearsal.
If you want to split your time, you have to share it with us. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Waterloo, the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? He does need it. So, yes, you do have unanimous consent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I expect this will even be better the second time. I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking from the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is also now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And I commit every day to honor the treaties by which we share this land, which is ultimately a gift to us from our Creator. Madam Speaker, I rise today in the House for the third reading of this important bill, which brings forward amendments to the Criminal Code and moves us closer to seeing an end to the damaging practice of conversion therapy, a practice that continues to harm LGBTQ2 communities in Canada and around the world. These insidious and harmful practices must finally be put to stop, and this bill will bring about an important change to the laws of Canada. Madam Speaker, that's the formal way to start a speech in this place. I acknowledge the land we're on, name the bill we're speaking to, remind the House of what its ramifications are, and state clearly whether we support it or not and why. But I want to start again, Madam Speaker, and simply say, I am a gay man. This is a bill with amendments to the Criminal Code that is deeply personal and incredibly important to me. While I don't expect everyone to relate to this bill the way I do, and acknowledge, in fact, that out of 338 members in this place, there are only 4 out self-identified open LGBTQ2 members, a much smaller proportion, I would say, than is the population of Canada. I do expect every member in this House to truly wrestle with what it means for them to vote against this bill. And if they say they're voting against it as a matter of conscience, then they need to stare deeply into that conscience and ask themselves, why would I want to perpetrate an injustice against another human being, a friend, a colleague, a family member, a neighbor, a constituent, anyone who will be hurt by that action, hurt perhaps to the point of death? Why would they not want to stand with the vulnerable, with the oppressed, with the stigmatized, and with the people who need their help the most? I've heard or read the speeches against these amendments. For me, they're tired and worn out arguments that come from an old age that I thought we had escaped decades ago. Oh, the political rhetoric is there, trying to not sound like they're still living in the Stone Age, saying they're not against conversion therapy, just this bill. They claim that the definition is too broad, or there are drafting errors in the bill, or they say that the escape clauses for religious bodies, escape clauses that help them avoid living up to God's command, are not clear enough or wide enough. But I'd say to them, as the prophet Micah did, and I quote, "He has told you, O mortal, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God." It's time for us to talk truth in this place. If you're against this bill, you're against me and against people like me. If you're saying ultimately that you are saying ultimately that we are less than you are, that somehow God made a mistake when God created us, and that we should change who we are, or at least consider changing who we are. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm here to say today, I'm not going to change, and no one should be told they have to change, or should change, or even could change who God made them to be. Conversion therapy at its core implies that being gay, being lesbian, being bisexual, being transgendered, being queer, being two-spirited is wrong. And Madam Speaker, I'm here to say this is not true. And I'm here to say it's time for this House to declare that by putting to bed the myth that conversion therapy can ever be right in any circumstance, in any place, at any time. We already know very well that LGBTQ2 communities in Canada have faced and continue to face a set of social and economic disadvantages. These include disparities in health, safety, LGBTQ2 communities. According to a report by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health, and based on a series of expert testimonies and submissions, a wide range of health disparities are noted, including barriers to accessing health services, issues persisting whereby LGBTQ2 communities are still not able to discuss their sexual orientation with their physician, or if they do, they themselves have to be the one to educate their own health professionals about their health needs. The same report highlights disparities in employment, and income and housing. Strikingly, of the 40,000 homeless youth in Canada, between 25% and 40% identify as being part of the LGBTQ2S community. Just this week, retired Ontario Court of Appeal Justice Gloria Epstein's long-awaited independent review found serious flaws in the way Toronto police handled the case of serial killer Bruce McArthur, whose killing spree from 2010 to 2017 left at least 8 gay men, dead. Justice Epstein said that McArthur's victims were, I quote, marginalized and vulnerable in a variety of ways, and their disappearances were often given less attention or priority than they deserve by the police. They were gay, many of them racialized, or from communities that police simply didn't care much about. Underneath these findings is the stark truth that the lack of attention is it's not simply incompetence on the part of the Toronto Police Force, it's a deeply embedded homophobia. It's systemic homophobia. And that kind of homophobia, which leads to people dying, being killed, is only furthered when society allows things like so-called conversion therapy to be practiced. Conversion therapy, which undermines the value, the worth, the dignity of LGBTQ2S people, aids and abets those who would discriminate, hurt, damage, or kill us. It's true that throughout all this, LGBTQ2 communities continue to demonstrate great resilience, resourcefulness, innovation, and strength. However, Madam Speaker, dangerous attitudes and beliefs underpin and fuel all of this. Discrimination is real, stigma is real, harassment is real. And even though hurtful attitudes and beliefs about our community continue to exist, they need to be challenged, they need to be stopped. And so that's why we in this House, thanks to the good work of the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, have a chance to do just that by supporting this bill. Madam Speaker, it's not just LGBTQ2 people and communities who need to be changed or converted. It is harmful prejudice, homophobia, transphobia, indeed all forms of discrimination that needs to be changed and converted. It needs to be converted into justice, into compassion, into understanding, into respect. Ultimately, it needs to be converted to love. And that is what we will be able to do collectively as we support this bill and bring it into law to build a better Canada for everyone. There exists a vast breadth of sexual orientations, gender identities, gender expressions in Canada and everywhere in the world. It's nothing to be feared of. We must, as a society, reach the point where we all understand that our sexual orientations, yours and mine, our gender identities, our gender expressions, are an intrinsic part of who we are. We need to embrace that in ourselves and that in other people, even when we don't fully comprehend what it means. That's why this is such an important bill. Conversion therapy is based on misinformed assumptions or harmful beliefs. By moving forward with stopping the harmful practice of conversion therapy, we're not only moving to stamp out this practice, protect the lives of LGBTQ2 communities and people, but we're also sending an important message. Our gender identities, our gender expressions, our sexual orientations are an essential part of who we are, and they're not up for debate. They should be understood and appreciated and celebrated. Then we can have a truly inclusive, cohesive society. Madam Speaker, it's obvious I wasn't born yesterday. You can tell by my tired look. And that simply means that I have seen tremendous advances in attitudes towards people like me. Just as I was beginning to understand my sexual orientation, the late Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau ensured that I wouldn't be a criminal if I chose to act on my sexuality and love another man. And I saw the emergence of human rights legislation and court decisions based on the charter that gave me a chance to marry my partner, with whom I've shared almost 30 years. I've seen my government apologize to those hurt by systemic homophobia in the public service and the military and our national police force. And now I'm going to be in this virtual chamber when we take the next step to ban conversion therapy. We're not done yet. Old attitudes take a long time to die,
And
a long time to bury, but this is our chance.
I have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, I'm so glad that my colleague invoked the words of the prophet Micah, and so I'm going to invoke the words of the Apostle Matthew. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You're like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean. I have had so many people reach out to me in regards to this bill. And Charlotte, a young woman in Calgary who was involved in lesbian activity, struggled with self-worth and depression. She reached a point in her life when she did not want to continue with her lesbian activity, and her parents supported her choice and helped her find a counselor who helped her process the feelings. She says, and I quote, "Because of the counseling, I had a deep sense of love and acceptance. It was not harmful, coercive, or abusive in any way. If you enact the proposed bill, you're banning the exact support that I desperately needed at that time in my life. If this bill is to be truly inclusive, include people like me. So why will the government not respond?"
I have to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary a chance to answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the first thing I would say is people like me are not unclean. And it is deeply offensive to play Bible baseball like that. I know my Bible very well. That's why I would call him the Apostle Matthew. I understand every word in that scripture, having studied it and having a doctorate in theology. Madam Speaker, that is offensive to even use that word in the context of this debate. What we are about is ensuring the safety, the security of everyone, including Charlotte. Everyone, including anybody who has doubts or concerns about their sexuality, but not to engage in conversion therapy. People deserve counseling. They need support. I spent 25 years of my life as a pastoral counselor. I am proud of that work. I am proud of the fact that in my Christian heritage, we will stand up and defend people, as do people in heritages of every sort and of every religious background. This is a time to move beyond
Questions and comments. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
For North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member so much for his speech. It was better the second time because it wasn't interrupted. I am so grateful to be part of this House as well when we look at this important legislation, and I recognize that this bill will not fix the historic wounds of conversion therapy, nor will it fix the homophobia and transphobia we still see in so many of our communities. I'm just wondering if the member could talk about what the Liberal government will do to build capacity within the SOGI community so that these challenges can be addressed by the community. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I want to thank colleagues from the New Democratic Party, including that honourable member, for their support. It has been long-standing, and it is rich, and it is important, and very good to have friends. The SOGI community continues to need support, whether it is particularly, I would say, people in other vulnerable and intersectionally biased communities, and that is people who are poor, Indigenous people, people who are from racialized communities. And I am very pleased, and I think I hope that the Minister for Inclusion, Diversity and Inclusion and Youth will have a chance to talk about that, because that is what her department is doing. They're reaching out. They're across departmental secretariat that is ensuring that people have the resources they need. And that includes continuing to work for every agency, every country to have the resources, whether it's through interpretation, whether it's through cultural dialogue or anything. We're not there yet. And we are every step along the way.
One last question. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his intervention today, but more importantly, for his response to that ignorant first question that we heard. You know, Madam Speaker, the reality is that as the LGBTQ movement has been progressing, minds have been changed and people have come to realize the mistakes that were made in the past. I even think of my parents who have come so far from their original positions on gay marriage to where they are now. Can the member talk from his experience about how we've made progress over the last number of decades and where we ultimately need to get to in order to establish a full sense of equality for all people in this country.
Unfortunately, a 10-second answer.
I have seen tremendous change. I have seen people that have gone from complete misunderstanding to great love. I continue to be inspired by them. Some of them sit in this house, and hopefully tomorrow there'll be even more sitting in this house who've made that conversion, which needs to be made.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm joining you from Waterloo, Ontario, the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. I also want to give a thank you to my dear friend and colleague, the MP for Don Valley West, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for sharing his time with me. But mostly I thank him as a fellow Canadian citizen. I thank him as a fellow member of the human race. I thank him for being his true, authentic self, the person he was put on this earth to be. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to rise in support of Bill C-6, an act to amend the Criminal Code to abolish the destructive practice of conversion therapy in Canada. I rise today with someone else's words I have not been able to forget since I first heard them. They are the words of Peter Gajic, a survivor of 6 years of conversion therapy who appeared before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in December. Mr. Gajic said, "I still consider it a miracle I didn't die. I left these 6 years shell-shocked. It was not so much that I wanted to kill myself as I thought I was already dead." Now, Madam Speaker, imagine being a parent and feeling like you can't accept part of who your child truly is, or who or how they love. That is deep conditioning at work, conditioning that imprisons people in the misguided belief that the only acceptable path is being cisgender or heterosexual, conditioning based on myths, stereotypes, and underlying mistruths that are rooted in and perpetuate homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia. Madam Speaker, it is high time for us to take decisive action to end conversion therapy in Canada and to do everything we can to stop violence and discrimination in its tracks, because LGBTQ2 rights are human rights. My mandate letter as Minister of Diversity and Inclusion in Youth asks me to promote LGBTQ2 equality, promote LGBTQ2 rights, and address discrimination against LGBTQ2 communities. A recent global survey tells us that 4 out of 5 people who undergo these damaging therapies are younger than 24 years old, and of those, roughly half are under 18 years old. This is far too many young people growing up being told they are invalid, shameful, or unnatural. For too many young people being told that how they perceive themselves, who they want to be in this world, or who or how they love is wrong. Bill C-6 gets us one step closer to that goal. Ces jeunes sont notre.
These young people are our future. We must protect them. And that means putting an end to conversion therapy, especially for children and youth.
The witnesses who appeared before committee, those who contributed submissions, and the Standing Committee members who came together to strengthen this legislation for Canadians. Further defining conversion therapy to include gender expression, while making clear the heinous efforts to force someone to be something they are not, are the target of this legislation. In addition to the 5 original prohibited offenses, the committee's amendments clarify that conversion therapy performed without consent is to be criminalized, and that promoting conversion therapy services or practices is also to be targeted. Unlike some misguided narratives we have heard about this bill, it would not criminalize another person's values, opinions, or beliefs. It does not criminalize a private conversation where these values or beliefs are being expressed. We recognize it is crucial to ensure affirming and supportive guidance and advice remains available to those coming to terms with who they are. Madam Speaker, there is no question that these proposed amendments bring us one step closer to building the safer and consciously more inclusive Canada we all imagine. However, we know that achieving this vision will take more than legislation. It will take a transformation of our ideas about and attitudes toward LGBTQ2 communities, a transformation of our broader perspectives on diversity and inclusion. It will take nothing short of a revelation of the hearts and minds of all Canadians. The Government of Canada is strongly committed to protecting the rights of LGBTQ2 Canadians and ensuring full and equitable participation in society. On travaille.
We are working at all levels of government and with partners across all sectors to lead positive change throughout Canada.
As leaders, as legislators, as Canadians, and as compassionate human beings, it is our job to ensure that Canada is a country where everyone, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, can live in equity and freedom.
It wasn't that long ago that we saw 6 Conservative MPs voting against the second reading of this bill in this House. All those who continue to oppose the proposed protections in Bill C6 are opposing these communities directly.
This bill and all of our actions to recognize and protect the rights of LGBTQ2 Canadians are important and necessary steps in building the safer, more equitable, and consciously more inclusive Canada we all want. Conversion therapy practices have no place in Canada. When I think of the courage and resilience of the many survivors who gave their testimony in December, Madam Speaker, I know that we in this House have a duty to ensure that we do not let them down. We are indebted to the collective strength, their collective strength and steadfastness in the face of oppression of those who speak out. When a child arrives into this world, they are not innately born with prejudice or hatred. A child is taught to hate and to discriminate, taught to be ashamed of who they are, and taught that there is only one correct way to live and be. We have to provide a different future to our next generation, an even better and consciously more inclusive future. Our task is clear. The time to act is now. I urge all members to support this legislation, protect Canadians, and uphold human rights for all. And to members who oppose C6, do so in your right, but not by speaking with fear or misinformation. Tomorrow, we mark the anniversary of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Let's all work to create and defend and build on these rights and freedoms. Let's protect them, these hard-fought rights and freedoms, because I know we can and must do better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the Minister for talking about this. I am a person who cannot support conversion therapy, but I do understand some of these concerns. I will be supporting this bill, but I look at the fact that there are some concerns when it comes to this, and it comes to those simple dialogues that we want to have with our children. I know as a parent of 5 children, sometimes having those dialogues can be very, very difficult. And I know that there has been a great discussion about what is criminalized and what's not criminalized. I think many people are just looking for that. How can you ensure us? And to the Minister, if you could just share with us, just so that those people who are concerned feel that there is more balance here. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I just want to start off by saying, first of all, it's nice to see the member, even if it's virtually. She's very thoughtful in her debate and discussion, and I think that's part of the challenge that we sometimes have as members of Parliament, our personal values versus representing our communities. But I want to assure that member and to all Canadians listening, discussions and open-ended conversations that explore identity are not conversion therapy, and they are not targeted in this bill. Every child should be free to ask questions about who they are and to come to know themselves. That's why healthcare workers, parents, teachers, religious leaders must be able to continue supporting and affirming youth in these conversations and discussions. The challenge where it becomes conversion therapy is when it is without consent, when it is being imposed, when someone is being forced to change who they are or exploring who they are. And I think that's where there is a little bit of misinformation about what the legislation does. We've worked really hard and listened to a lot of community to ensure that we've gotten it right. We hear from a lot of people that say we need to go further. We also hear from people. So I just want to assure exploratory conversations are absolutely appropriate.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to hear the honourable member and the minister's speech. I wanted to build upon what she was saying, that this is one step. And of course, during COVID, a lot of the supports in our communities have been greatly impacted. And so if she could talk about, hopefully, future steps going forward from this bill, what monies, what supports within our communities will be provided by this government to ensure that we go that step beyond, to ensure that we fully incorporate and fully encompass the support that she was talking about in her speech. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for her question, and I would like to thank her and her party for their unconditional support of actually protecting and defending LGBTQ2 rights as human rights. I want to let the member know that when the pandemic hit, one of the first things that our government did when it came to funding agreements is recognize that the environment and the situation was changing. So to actually be able to ensure that organizations that were supporting members within the LGBTQ2 community were able to continue their work, because those supports are more necessary today than ever. In 2019, our government actually put forward a $20 million community capacity fund for LGBTQ2 communities. It's the first fund of its kind, and a fund that's actually going to help communities build that foundation that they need to support members of their communities. We have also ensured that as we are making appointments, we're more conscious about the diversity of our country to make sure that these voices are actually making it to the decision-making table. We have apologized
One last question. The Honourable Member from Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My aunt and her partner have built a beautiful family and a life together. There is nothing wrong with them, and I wouldn't change them for the world. Can the minister share how this bill will help young people in the LGBTQ2 community be able to find the same happiness that my aunts have found?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, that member has the courage to share a little bit about her family and allow us to enter into her private life. Many people have actually looked into their families and how this legislation actually impacts them. Young people are not only our leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today. They need to be their true authentic selves, and we have to support them. This legislation is one step closer to every individual being able to contribute in a meaningful way and to be proud of the shell that they occupy. And I think
And we'll have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would seek unanimous consent that I could split my time with my colleague, the member for South Surrey White Rock.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? The Honourable Member has unanimous consent. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to speak on Bill C6, an act to amend the criminal code to ban conversion therapy. Let me say at the outset that conversion therapy is absurd, it is wrong, and it is harmful. And, Madam Speaker, conversion therapy should be banned. Individuals who perpetrate such harmful acts, again, who seek to coercively change someone's sexual orientation or sexual identity should be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law under the penalty of the Criminal Code. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I voted for Bill C6 at second reading, because I unequivocally support the purported objective of this legislation. I did so notwithstanding the fact that I did have some concerns with the manner in which the bill was drafted. In particular, I had concerns that the definition of conversion therapy was vague and overly broad, and that it could capture not only those circumstances that involve coercive, abusive, or otherwise harmful efforts to change someone's sexual orientation or identity, but could more broadly encapsulate such things as good faith conversations. Nonetheless, because I unequivocally support the purported objective of the bill, I was hopeful as a member of Justice Committee that we could come together at committee to study the bill in detail, to hear from a wide range of witnesses, and to bring forward appropriate amendments where necessary to get the definition right. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that if we are to carve out a law in the Criminal Code to ban conversion therapy, it is absolutely imperative that we get the definition right. At committee, many of the concerns that I had with the way in which the bill had been drafted were expressed by a wide range of witnesses. Witnesses including members of the LGBTQ community, lawyers, medical professionals, and members of the clergy. Madam Speaker, more specifically with respect to the definition and some of the issues that arise therefrom, I would first of all note that in the bill, conversion therapy is defined as banning any practice, treatment, or service. Madam Speaker, these terms are not defined anywhere in the Criminal Code. And it should be noted that nowhere in the bill are these terms qualified in order to provide context in which the nature of the practice, treatment, or service for which they would apply. Although these terms are found in parts of the Criminal Code, they are not standalone terms as they are in Bill C6. Now, it is true that the term treatment connotes a therapeutic context. However, practice or service could, without qualification, involve just about any activity. For example, practice could involve a good faith conversation. Service could involve a counseling session that is voluntary or a religious sermon. Madam Speaker, I was concerned, and witnesses were expressed concern about the lack of clarity with respect to those terms. But in addition to that, the definition as provided in Bill C6 provides that it would ban any practice, treatment, or service designed to reduce sexual attraction or sexual behavior. Madam Speaker, that definition is clearly expansive. It goes beyond a clear and targeted definition. Without any qualification, it could arguably include counseling sessions or other supports provided on a voluntary basis by medical professionals and other professionals, it could arguably capture good faith conversations between persons struggling with their sexual identity, with medical professionals, parents, and other family members, religious leaders, and others. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that this definition of conversion therapy is not used by any professional body, not by the Canadian Psychiatric Association, not by the Canadian Psychological Association, or their American counterparts. So in the face of that ambiguity, and that was supported by witness testimony, Conservatives sought to bring forward amendments to get the definition right. Now, the Minister of Justice and Minister for Diversity, Youth and Inclusion and other members of the government have repeatedly said that this bill does not target voluntary, good faith conversations. And Madam Speaker, I don't doubt their sincerity when they say that that's what they believe. Consistent with that, the Department of Justice's website states the same. But what matters not is the minister's interpretation of the bill. What matters not is what is on the Department of Justice's website. What matters is, in fact, what is in the bill. And that is why Conservatives brought forward an amendment to simply incorporate into the bill the very language that was provided for on the Department of Justice's website. Such language would have provided certainty. It would have provided clarity that good faith and voluntary conversations would not be the subject of the imposition of criminal charges laid against persons. And Madam Speaker, let me be clear that it is a fundamental requirement of the rule of law that a person should be able to know and predict whether a particular act constitutes a crime. Here we have, Madam Speaker, a definition that is vague and overly broad, and therefore is at risk of contravening fundamental justice, and it could be deemed to be contrary to Section 7 of the Charter as a result. So, Madam Speaker, let me say in closing that the government's intention is a good one. The intent of the bill is a good one, but what is important is that we get the definition right, and I am concerned that we have not achieved that with this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
So, Madam Speaker, if I understand this correctly, the member does not support conversion therapy, or he supports the ban on conversion therapy. However, he's hung up on the definition of 3 individual words that can very easily be found in the Webster's dictionary to provide context as to what they mean. Is that what he's trying to tell this House?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands, it appears he didn't listen carefully to my speech. I noted, yes, I had concerns with the terms practice, treatment, or service, but I also had concerns about the definition, including reduction of sexual attraction or sexual behavior. There were many LGBTQ witnesses who appeared who said that they were concerned that that would make illegal or create a chilling effect on counseling services and supports that they have relied on and that have helped them in their development and identity.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I understand the concerns that he has when it comes to the clarity of the text of the bill. But is he not comforted to know that when judges will have to interpret this text to exclude conversations held in good faith, and there will be a certain context? Is that not reassuring?
Albert Edmonton.
Oh.
Edmonton.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for St. John. I think it's absolutely essential that when we draft legislation, we ensure that it is targeted towards demonstrated harms. We should not wait for a judge to interpret it or hope that a judge interprets the law the way we would hope a judge to do in the face of vague and overly broad language on a matter that can involve 5 years behind bars upon conviction.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I hear the Honourable Member profess that he agrees that conversion therapy should be banned and banned criminally. Yet we have him concerning himself with the definitions about what counseling might mean when leading lawyers and people involved, the Canadian Association of Social Workers and others, have said that good faith conversations, good faith therapy sessions, rather counseling sessions, are not covered by this ban. So is the Honourable Member not just looking for an excuse to fail to pass this bill at third reading?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the member for St. John's East, I voted for this bill at second reading. I heard the testimony of witnesses at the Justice Committee in which there was significant concerns expressed, and we worked to include language to provide that clarity. I don't know why the government didn't support such language, because had such language been incorporated, I believe we could have this bill pass this place with unanimous support or something very close to it. It's unfortunate that that opportunity was missed.
Questions and comments. Honorable Député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to hear what he has to think about the concerns that I have. We agree with the principles of the bill. It's necessary to be more inclusive. However, we're dealing with an accelerated process, and the Liberals, as usual, are having to move quickly because they did not work well. Is it not necessary to better define the terms in the legislation to avoid having problems with interpretation when judges get involved? The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and he is absolutely right. It is important that we get the definition right. Surely we want this legislation to pass constitutional muster, and a piece of legislation that has a definition that is vague and overly broad is at risk of a charter challenge, at risk of being found to contravene fundamental justice, and at risk of being found to contravene Section 7 of the Charter. I would have hoped that that would not be the case, but we could get it right so that we could have a law on the books that can stand.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today not to debate a ban on coercive conversion therapy, but instead to debate the means by which we ban this harmful, damaging practice. I want to make one thing very clear from the outset. I am against forcibly attempting to change an individual's sexual orientation. I condemn that practice in the strongest possible terms. There's simply no place for this in Canada, period. But there is a place in Canada for compassion. At Justice Committee, of which I am a member, we heard testimony from a variety of stakeholders on this bill, including survivors of coercive conversion therapy, members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community, Indigenous leaders, academics, doctors, lawyers, and faith leaders. I thank all the witnesses for their contributions, especially those who had the strength and courage to share their very personal experiences. I know it couldn't have been easy. It is evident to me from having heard these witnesses, reading countless briefs and spoken to dozens of constituents, that there is a widespread support for banning coercive conversion therapy practices, and there should be. But as with all legislation, the language must be clear. We need to ensure judges can interpret and apply the law as it is written, and that Canadians know what the law prohibits and what it doesn't. In other words, who it protects and who it doesn't. On this point, I've heard repeatedly that the bill's definition of conversion therapy is unclear, overbroad, as my colleague just said, and may have unintended consequences. For earlier Liberal speakers to say those with any concerns are against the communities we're trying to help and speak from fear is a harmful, wrong-minded statement. The Minister of Justice has said the bill will not affect good faith conversations, which I understand to mean caring, non-coercive discussions with doctors, parents, counselors, faith leaders, or others who Canadians young and old may turn to for support. Yet the bill as drafted does not say that. Why not? As we all know, what matters is not what the minister says the bill will do, but what the bill actually says. That is the law. That is what judges will apply from Victoria to St. John's. Several witnesses appearing before the committee called for amendments to the bill to clarify its definition, to clearly not criminalize those good faith conversations. Coercive conversion therapy should be banned, but we should leave politicization out. And remember, we are dealing with real people with real vulnerabilities, trying to make their way and needing help at a vulnerable time. We need to clarify, then proceed. This government should welcome the broadest possible support among Canadians for this legislation. Nothing more, nothing less. In fact, when the committee first heard from the Minister of Justice on this bill, the minister admitted, and I quote, "I will focus on the bill's definition of conversion therapy because there appears to be some persisting confusion about the scope," end quote. I agree with the minister. There is persisting confusion, and the confusion is about its scope, confusion that we as parliamentarians have a duty to rectify. Andre Schutten, legal counsel and director of law and policy at the Association for Reform Political Action Canada, or ARPA, told the committee the definition is ambiguous, unclear, and overbroad, and that it, quote, captures helpful counseling and psychological support for children, teens, and adults, end quote. Colette Akima explained to the committee that the counseling she received to help her cope with past traumas, including abuse and rape, would be criminalized by this definition of conversion therapy. Ms. Akima told the committee that her voluntary therapy from a University of Lethbridge counselor and a faith-based sex addiction group helped save both her marriage and her life. This was powerful testimony that should not be ignored. We also heard from Timothy Keslick, a member of the 2SL LGBTQ plus community, who fears that without further clarification, the therapy he relies on to help him navigate his same-sex relationships would be barred by the bill's ban on treatment that, quote, represses or reduces non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior, end quote. Others also expressed the need to clarify the definition of conversion therapy in the bill.
I apologize. I have to interrupt the member, who will have 5 minutes to complete her speech next time the bill comes to the floor. Il est temps d'aller aux déclarations des députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In the wee hours of October 3rd, 1974, volunteer Moncton firefighter Don McFarland spotted a fire inside a home as he drove past. Off duty and without protective clothing, he entered the home multiple times to rescue a child and 4 adults. In one case, he dragged a man to safety through the smoke and fire while the victim was overcome. I'm sharing Mr. McFarland's remarkable story years later because he considered this all in a night's work and never told anyone except his wife. His bravery went unrecognized until research by the Moncton Firefighters Historical Society brought it to light. I was truly honored last week to recognize Mr. McFarland's bravery in a special ceremony. The people of Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe owe the Moncton Firefighters Historical Society a debt of gratitude for adding this incident to the historical record. We owe Don McFarland so much more. His selfless actions represent the best of what it means to be Canadian. Thank you so much, Mr. McFarland, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Madam Speaker, Main Street is in trouble. Main Street businesses in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex are hanging on by a thread, and sadly, many have gone under. Hairstylists, barbers, spas, fitness gyms, they're shuttered. Again. As my colleagues on this side of the House, I have met many business owners who have gone above and beyond to do what was asked. They found ways to get products to shelves and to serve their customers safely. They helped their workforce adjust to the lockdowns. They kept as many on payroll as possible. Their resilience is truly inspiring, but their net revenues are not. They gave me a message to bring to this House, and I quote, "We cannot survive another lockdown. No more debts, no more handouts. They just want the lockdowns to end. They want this government to commit..."
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madam Speaker, this year, as I begin my 9th year of remission from testicular cancer, I rise today to recognize the work of nurses and frontline health workers who continue to save lives during the worst crisis.
To the halls of Montreal's Jewish General Hospital for my annual blood work and x-rays, the experience was understandably different. But one thing remained the same, the dedication and resolve of our nurses. I strained to find the words to describe my gratitude to the nurses who cared for me and indeed care for us all. So I'll try to sum up these heroes with one anecdote. As I was leaving the hospital yesterday, one of the nurses who treated me looked at her colleague and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow. I'm off to the clinic. It's vaccines time." Because, Madam Speaker, in addition to working her shift, she was also giving her time delivering life-saving vaccines to us and those we love. Ils sont des véritables héros.
These are our true heroes, Madam Speaker, and on behalf of this House, I would like to sincerely thank them for the work they do for all of us and all Canadians.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, the pandemic has hit everybody hard, and small businesses are no exception. These are the businesses that drive employment and provide the real basis of our economy. Last week, I hosted a virtual town hall meeting for Elmwood Transcona small business owners. I heard from Gary, the owner of a company that provides trips for people with mobility challenges. He received the Canada Emergency Business Account loan, but slow business means paying it off next year is completely unrealistic. Roger is a self-employed massage therapist whose business has been devastated by the pandemic. While CERB helped early on, rules for the new benefits disqualify him because he continues to earn some income. While big banks benefited from huge gifts of liquidity and large firms were allowed to keep wage subsidy money while paying bonuses and dividends, small businesses continue to wait for word on whether they'll get an extension on the CEBA or see income support that doesn't penalize them for making what money they can. Once again, New Democrats are speaking up for the little guys when we say small business owners deserve to know what support they can bank on in the years to come.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, we recognize the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is to use price mechanisms. I know what you're thinking, Madam Speaker. Here goes the member from Kingston and the Islands once again, railing on about the need to price pollution. But guess what, Madam Speaker? These aren't my words. They are, in fact, the words that come straight from the new Conservative Climate Plan. That's right. After 5 long years of criticizing and lashing out for this government's bold vision on recognizing polluting should not be free, the Conservative Party has finally figured out it's the right way to go. But don't be fooled, Madam Speaker. As usual, the devil is in the details. Rather than encouraging folks to pollute less, the Conservative plan actually incentivizes to use more fossil fuels. Yep. That's right, Madam Speaker. With their plan, the more you burn, the more you earn. Leadership is not about waiting for public opinion to be on your side, Madam Speaker. It's about doing something bold because you believe.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
I'm honored to inform the House of some of the life-saving first responders that we're blessed to have in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Paramedics Colin Anderson, Scott Spear, Haley Ireland, Ted Maka, Dan Freeman, Stephen Marcus, Michelle Brown, Chris Scott, Tanya Sinclair, and Sandra Ladd all received awards for resuscitating patients. Their coolness under pressure certainly won't be forgotten. Brockville Constables Dustin Gamble, Ross McCullough, and Jeff Fearon, as well as Sergeants Eric Rougerock and Sean Borgford, showed incredible heroism, saving the lives of 2 of our citizens. Our community is grateful to these officers. We also have a couple longtime leaders who are retiring after 36 and 46 years, respectively. Gananoque Police Chief Gary Hall and Leeds and the Thousand Islands Fire Chief Rick Lawson will be stepping aside to enjoy retirement. This is but a sample of the amazing work that first responders and telecommunicators do for us. They are our friends, our neighbors, and because of their commitment and
Honourable Member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Madam Speaker, I join Muslims in my riding across Canada and the world in observing the month of Ramadan. As we fast from sunrise till sunset, and yes, even from water, Muslim Canadians will again this year have iftars at our homes, isolated from others, missing out on gatherings with loved ones, and praying at mosques. Ramadan is a time to do our part to help those most in need. And I'm thinking of community organizations like Nasiha Mental Health Helpline that supports mental health for young people. As Muslim Canadians do their part in supporting community, I'm proud to be part of a government that stands shoulder to shoulder with Muslim Canadians to call out and take action against hatred in all its forms, including calling out Islamophobia by its name, and proclaiming January 29th as a National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia. Madam Speaker, our Canadian mosaic is a resilient one. Ramadan Mubarak.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 year ago, on the morning of Sunday, April 19th, we, the citizens of Cumberland Colchester, awoke to discover a devastating tragedy had ripped through our normally tranquil corner of the world. Words cannot express my sorrow for the families and friends who lost loved ones, and the RCMP who lost a beloved colleague here in the line of duty. Thank you to all first responders who risked their own lives trying to save others. We are Nova Scotians. When we continue to support one another with kindness and generosity, we prove that love wins the day and that violence does not and will never define us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, April is Parkinson's Awareness Month, and this past week our community came together to honor one of our local residents by proclaiming April 11th as Steve Ludzik Parkinson's Awareness Day in the city of Niagara Falls. Steve arrived in Niagara in 1978 to pursue a hockey career, playing Junior A for the Niagara Falls Flyers. He successfully realized his childhood dream by playing professionally in the National Hockey League and later went on to become a professional hockey coach and broadcaster. Steve is known for his incredible and selfless contributions made through the creation of his Steve Ludzik Foundation and the establishment of the Steve Ludzik Center for Parkinson's Rehab at Hotel du Shaver Hospital in St. Catharines. Diagnosed with Parkinson's himself, Steve's work and efforts have made a significant difference in the lives of so many people across Niagara. The motto of Steve's life and fight against Parkinson's is to remain Ludzi strong. Steve Ludzik, you are not only a friend to many, you are an inspiration to us all.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring the attention of this House to a painful disorder called endometriosis. Endometriosis is a gynecological condition that causes severe pain, inflammation, fatigue, and infertility. It impacts 1 in 10 women as well as transgender and non-binary persons. Despite its prevalence, many women experience long delays to diagnosis. Our government has provided funding through the Canadian Institute of Health Research to better understand the causes of endometriosis and to enhance science around prevention, diagnosis, and treatment.
But we know that, statistically, diseases that primarily affect women receive less funding for research and are often underdiagnosed, sometimes leaving women to suffer for years without validation or treatment. Madam Speaker, we must do more for all those who suffer and give them hope for a pain-free future. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, this week the House of Commons got to finally debate Bill C-262, a bill that would provide a tax incentive for companies across Canada's economy to contribute to greenhouse gas reductions. Yes, in an era where this government's approach to an environmental problem is to nibble at the edges and tax Canadians, Conservatives have put forth a plan to incentivize the removal of these gases from the atmosphere. Canada has been, until lately, a leader in the approach to solving the world's growing emissions. Our initiative will put us back on track. Sadly, my colleagues in other parties spoke against solving global warming issues with Canadian technological solutions. We've seen the results of this government's approach to managing greenhouse gas emissions. 2019 saw another increase from Canada. So, the Liberal government needs to look beyond the non-solutions put forth by this Minister of the Environment and consider this bill as part of a real climate plan, one that actually reduces greenhouse gas emissions.
Hear, hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to reaffirm that the Conservative Party of Canada recognizes climate change, and I am proud of the leadership of our leader, who yesterday presented a credible, bold plan that has been validated by experts in the field. This plan is aligned to meet the Paris targets in creative and effective ways. Amongst other things, we will establish a border tariff, we'll increase carbon capture, we'll increase the number of zero-emission vehicles. We will create a personal savings account for carbon reduction. Our plan is based on a very simple principle. We don't want to use the environment to fill government coffers. We want Canadians to benefit from the positive impacts of this environmental plan. It's ridiculous that this Liberal government thinks that Canadians will increase their gas consumption in order to gain credits for buying green products. We, at the Conservative Party, are the ones who are going to take action for a greener environment.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Haunting aspects of my work in Hamilton Centre is receiving a call from a resident facing imminent eviction. I think about the countless renters in our city who are being forced out onto the streets each month by greedy landlords using rent evictions and other dubious means to simply bring in new tenants and jack up the rent. I think of Trish, a widow, who had to sell her home to pay off her debts only to have her already meager ODSP cut. I think of Justin, a hardworking father of 4 with a good-paying job who makes too much to qualify for government support and yet not enough to qualify for a mortgage. He's now been forced to pack up his family and leave the city he loves and grow up in, hoping to find more affordable housing elsewhere. The housing crisis that is happening in Hamilton exists across Canada, and it needs to end. If this Liberal government truly believes that housing is a human right, then actions must be taken to stop catering to foreign investors, speculators, and land hoarders, and finally end the gross profiteering off of one of our society's most basic necessities of life, housing.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I'm proud today to take a few moments to talk about a woman who is the pride of the North Shore. Originally from Ushakmak-Manioutinam, Ms. Anouk Saint-Ange recently obtained her captain's diploma, making her the first Innu woman captain of a fishing boat. It is with her family and her children in mind and in her heart that she decided to pursue her studies on the other side of the river in Gaspésie, and she chose to work in a traditionally male profession. She represents a model of perseverance. She is also a pioneer for women who would like to follow in her footsteps by working in the fishing industry. Anouk Saint-Ange was not afraid to go for it and showed determination to make a living from her passion, which she has cherished since she was a child. It is inspiring to see people like her who show that ambition pays off. Congratulations, Captain Saint-Ange, on your graduation. I wish you all the best in your new position.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nickel.
Madam Speaker, yesterday history was made. The leader of the official opposition shared his vision for a climate plan aptly named Secure the Environment. It is bold and addresses challenging topics such as carbon leakage. Our plan has been independently assessed by Navius Research. Our plan will effectively achieve the same emissions reductions as the Liberal plan. I was encouraged to see well-respected climate organizations such as Clean Prosperity call this plan a significant step in the right direction. It was also encouraging to see the Canadian Federation of Independent Business business immediately recognized the benefits of our plan that fixes the unfair cross-subsidization burden imposed on them by the Liberal plan. Madam Speaker, we all get that this Liberal government don't like ideas that are not from their own cabinet. But let us not forget that every single climate plan and every target that a Liberal government has set going back as far as 1993 has massively failed. For the sake of our climate, I implore the Minister of the Environment to drop the juvenile partisan political response he put out yesterday. Let us...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, this week Quebec teachers have been on strike, fighting for better working conditions to provide to their students with better education and conditions. Working conditions are worsening over the years, and the pandemic has made things much worse, and they have added 1 hour to their schedule without any additional pay. It also means that they have to prepare lessons and spend a long part of their day teaching and correcting and doing extra activities and meeting with other members of staff and parents to help enhance the educational experience of our students. Recently, due to the pandemic, there has been a shortage of teachers, and there are many volunteers as well, but they have significant additional responsibilities, making their work much more difficult. Quebec teachers, we hear you, we see you, and we thank you for all you're doing for our children.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, once again, for Canadians, it's total confusion with regard to access to vaccines and to get vaccinated. A few minutes ago, Moderna said that instead of delivering 1.2 million doses late, it would be half of that, and that next June they could not be delivering the number of doses promised. And once again, this is the fault of the Liberal government. And what was the response of the minister? I quote, "We are disappointed. Canadians deserve better than empty words like this. They deserve the facts." The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, obviously we share the urgency of vaccinating all Canadians. Already 12.7 million vaccinations have been done in Canada. We have said that we will move forward vaccinations in Canada. We are indeed disappointed with Moderna's deliveries, but we will continue to demonstrate that we will get vaccines in Canada more quickly. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Once again, words, but they don't correspond to the facts. We're not getting more vaccines, we're getting fewer. The government made a commitment to deliver vaccines correctly with some small delays. We're not talking about delays, we're talking about millions of doses fewer. Madam Speaker, fewer vaccines means fewer vaccinations. It means delays for the economic recovery. Can the Prime Minister stand up in the House and be forthright with Canadians about the deliveries of vaccines? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I will be forthright with Canadians. The opposition is continuing to make partisan and political vaccine supply, but the government has exceeded all its targets and all expectations with regard to the deliveries of vaccines by millions. We have seen this with AstraZeneca. We saw this with Pfizer, and I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that we will continue to provide good news with to Canadians. 50 million vaccines will be. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, the facts don't correspond with the words spoken by the Parliamentary Secretary. It's the Prime Minister who needs to be forthright with Canadians, unlike what he did when he shed some doubt on the CNN report, which told everybody that Canada was in serious trouble. Once again, can the Prime Minister rise in the House and be forthright with Canadians and the problems that we're facing with regard to the access to vaccines? That's his responsibility. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, in fact, shares in this House and with Canadians, all Canadians, and he will do it so again in a few minutes, the facts about vaccines. The opposition is playing political games, and we are busy getting more quickly vaccines into Canada. We have demonstrated this many times, and we will continue to demonstrate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
Canada has $4 of household, corporate, and government debt for every $1 of economic output. That's the highest ratio in recorded Canadian history, twice our historic average, higher than the ratio in the US during the subprime crisis or in Greece during that country's sovereign debt crisis. We now show all 5 leading indicators of a forthcoming debt crisis. Will the budget, which has been delayed for 2 years, address this forthcoming debt crisis?
Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to take the question. It's curious to me that the Conservative Party at every opportunity seems to register complaints about the cost of our pandemic response without reflecting as well on the cost of inaction. Madam Speaker, we know that the pandemic created immense costs for Canadian households and businesses. That's why we put forward programs like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit to keep food on the table for 9 million Canadians. It's why we advanced the wage subsidy to keep 5 million workers on the payroll. Canadians can rest assured, Madam Speaker, that when we table the budget, we will continue to focus on measures that will protect their health and well-being and support.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Will this government's deficit and the rising debts of households and small businesses is the cost of inaction? It is the result of the terrible job they did in letting thousands of people enter from China after they were warned by the military of a brewing pandemic. It is the cost of their vaccine failure. It is the cost of the late turnaround on rapid testing. And the cost of all of that will be a debt crisis. Will they address the forthcoming debt crisis in the budget, or will we cross that bridge when it collapses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, again, the Conservatives don't seem to be willing to contemplate the true cost of inaction. I'd point the honourable member to a recent report of the IMF that indicates had the government not taken action, the scale of the federal deficit would have been roughly similar, though the Canadian economy would have suffered enormous job losses that would have created economic scarring that would have prevented Canada from recovering when the time came to do so. We will continue to invest to support households and businesses to help them weather this storm and ensure that we set the stage for the economy to come roaring back. I'd in particular point the member to the recent jobs numbers that show over 300...
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, once again, the federal management of quarantine for temporary foreign workers is a fiasco. This year, it's the new COVID tests that are being added to the burden borne by businesses. The federal government gave a unilingual Ontario company the responsibility for this test, but it's unable to provide service to Quebec. The result, workers are forced into isolation for 25 days while waiting for their results. Entrepreneurs are losing entire days to manage the administrative fiasco. When will the government take action so that these workers that we need can work when needed? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the government recognizes the importance of temporary foreign workers for our producers and food processors. We are working tirelessly to ensure that temporary foreign workers can arrive safely in Canada by supporting employers with additional costs incurred to accommodate the isolation period. All the federal departments involved in the temporary foreign worker program have worked together to simplify processes and facilitate as much as possible the safe entry of these workers. We recognize the integral role of farmers and food processing employers play in ensuring Canadians have access to food, and we are here to support them.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, temporary foreign workers are having to remain in forced isolation for nearly a month due to federal mismanagement. This makes no sense. A month without workers for a fish product processing company when we know that the entire fishing season just lasts a few weeks. Makes no sense for asparagus growers who are a few days from starting their harvest. They'll have to do it alone while their workers are waiting for their results. These are huge losses for our businesses. When will the government take action?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, temporary foreign workers have played an important role in ensuring our food security, especially during this pandemic. They deserve to be safe, and that's why we are working with provinces to ensure employers are prepared to safely welcome and quarantine workers, strengthening inspections to ensure employers meet quarantine and program obligations, funding migrant worker organizations to provide direct assistance to workers, improving the TFW tip line to provide services in multiple languages, and improving coordination with our partners to respond quickly to emerging issues. This comprehensive plan builds on and strengthens existing measures to ensure workers and employees.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, immigration application processing delays are exploding in Canada. It's ridiculous. Just in Quebec alone, the delays are reaching, on average, 27 months. 27 months is lacking respect for people. The Liberals are refusing to take responsibility and passing the potato back to the provinces. We've heard this song before. Will the Prime Minister put his big boy pants on and accelerate the processing time to give hope to these people and the workers who need workers in a labor shortage?
Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The pandemic has hit all aspects of our life. We have put in place a number of measures in order to deal as quickly as possible with the ongoing applications and reduce the delays caused by COVID-19. We will prioritize the requests from Canadians and permanent residents coming back into Canada, as well as those who provide support and essential support and services. There is still work to be done, Madam Speaker. We have taken measures starting on day one to support Canadians. We will continue to do that in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, small businesses have been on the front line of the pandemic, and many are not able to weather further restrictions without more help from the government. These entrepreneurs want assurances that next week's budget will provide them with the support they desperately need. New Democrats are listening to small business owners, and they've been clear. The Liberal government has to further expand the CEBA loan to help more struggling businesses, extend the program to get them through this next wave, and give businesses until 2025 to repay what they owe. Will the government support our call to immediately increase CEBA by another $20,000 and make sure small businesses can get back on their feet?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his question and, importantly, for his continued advocacy for small businesses from the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic. From the very beginning of this public health emergency, our approach has been to support households and businesses to help them weather the storm so they can contribute to the economic recovery on the back end of COVID-19. That included measures like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. It included measures like the Canada Emergency Business Account. I won't spoil announcements that will be included in Monday's budget, but the Honourable Member can rest assured our approach to continuing our support for small businesses will be part of the recovery strategy for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, as Canadians are now facing the third wave of the global pandemic, the tax filing deadline is quickly approaching. Filing taxes is a stressful time for everyone, but in a global pandemic, it can be downright harrowing. Conservatives believe that the tax filing deadline should be extended to provide relief to those who are struggling. Will the minister consider extending the individual tax filing deadline until June 30th, as Conservatives are calling for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government understands that this tax season is stressful for Canadians. Our government will continue to be there for them every step of the way. In February, we announced that recipients of emergency and recovery benefits would be eligible for interest relief if they filed their 2020 income tax returns. The CRA has also strong taxpayer relief provisions in place where taxpayers can be relieved of penalties and interest if these are incurred for reasons beyond their control. These measures will ensure that Canadians who need help this tax season will get it. Thank you, Madame the President.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
So, Madam Speaker, I'll take that as a no. This tax season, as our government has locked out nearly 1 million taxpayers out of their CRA My accounts because of their lackluster cybersecurity, many people who are struggling to regain access to this account, which they need to file their taxes, won't this government please consider giving a couple of extra months for Canadians to file their taxes? It took them nearly 2 years to table a budget.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Our government understands that this tax season is a stressful one for Canadians. Our government will continue to be there for them every step of the way. I encourage all Canadians to file their returns on time so that the delivery of the benefits and credits to which they are entitled are not disrupted. Canadians can easily file online, by paper, or by phone for specific individuals. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Former Liberal Party National Director Ian MacKay was found guilty of breaking ethics laws when he hid investments in his cannabis company that was in breach of federal law. Now, what did he earn for his troubles? You'd think sanctions or other penalties. Nope. He was named Canada's ambassador to Japan by the Liberal government. Another unscrupulous Liberal representing Canada on the world stage. Are ethical breaches prerequisites for Liberal insiders to be given major appointments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to point out how important the relationship that we have with Japan as an ally, as a friend, and as a very significant trading partner. The appointment of Mr. MacKay is a significant appointment in that it acknowledges the fact that we want to build our economic, our cultural, and our social relationships with Japan. We trust Mr. MacKay to represent Canada well, and Japan will continue to grow in importance with Canada as we grow together.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, it's clear to be a Canadian ambassador under this Liberal government, you'd better be a Liberal insider. Ethical breaches and connections to human rights abusers go a long way. This must be why Dominic Barton, who has deep connections to Communist China, was named Canada's ambassador to China. An ambassador to China that participated in meetings down the road from concentration camps. When these Liberals are considering ambassadors, what's higher on the resume? Ethical breaches or complacency in corruption?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, with respect to our relationship to our allies, our friends, as well as those countries that we have challenges with, Canada is well represented by professional public servants, as well as ambassadors who represent Canada with dignity, with grace, with intelligence, with compassion, and with dogged determination. Ambassador Barton exercises that sort of public services, and I'm proud to have him as our ambassador to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, foreign state-backed misinformation and violent forced confessions should not be part of the Canadian broadcasting system, which is why I will be moving amendments to Bill C-10 to protect Canadians and others from these gross violations of human rights. Does the government support these proposed amendments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that question. It's an exciting day that we are moving forward to clause by clause on Bill C-10, modernizing the Broadcasting Act, today in committee. Standing committees are independent and have an important role to play in improving bills through the legislative process, and looking forward to seeing all parties work together to make sure that it is the best bill that it can be.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it was a very clear and specific question that was not about committee agendas. It was about the policy of this government with respect to these forced confessions. Safeguard Defenders has filed a complaint with the CRTC about the airing of forced confessions on Canadian airwaves involving nearly 60 victims between 2013 and 2019. The CRTC has failed to launch an investigation. So will the Parliamentary Secretary stop avoiding the issue and simply state the government's position on this when it comes to removing foreign state-backed misinformation and violence from the Canadian broadcasting system? Does the government agree that action is required?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member from across the way's question was in respect to amendments that are being considered in committee, and I want to reiterate, standing committees are independent and they do have an important role to play. All members as a committee, opposition, members as a government party, and we will all be working together at committee to consider all of the amendments being put forward.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, pyrrhotite is destroying homes in Maurice, and the federal government must do its fair share. In its recent budget, Quebec invested $26 million more to help affected homeowners for a total investment of $80 million. The federal government's contribution is only $30 million. 5 years ago, I quote the government of Quebec, Quebec expects the federal government to financially contribute to expanding and improving assistance for homes damaged by pyrrhotite. There is a $50 million shortfall for Ottawa to cost share this. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I will apologize in advance because I'm not familiar with the very specific issue he's raised around pyrrhotite. I'd be happy to take more detail from him on the back end of question period should he wish, but I will note in particular that we've made significant investments, including the ability to repair and retrofit affordable housing units to ensure that every Canadian, no matter their level of income, has a dignified place to call home.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, listening to the answer, and I feel like it's the first time the federal government has heard of pyrrhotite, but it's very concerning. Victims of pyrrhotite are under financial and psychological distress. The government cannot continue to ignore the problem. One of its ministers, the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain, has a seat at the table. The time for excuses is over. Mauricie needs leadership and cooperation. There's missing $50 million from Ottawa to be a 50-50 partner with Quebec. The budget is coming down Monday. Will the victims be able to get their fair share? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we have always been there for victims of pyrrhotite. We have met with them and discussed with them, and we're aware of the difficulties and the problems they have experienced and what they have gone through. It's a very serious problem. We will continue to be there for them.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians' 2020 annual report says the Chinese Communist Party is, quote, increasingly targeting Canada's science and technology sector through programs like Thousand Talents, which gets Chinese scientists to bring their research back to China. Yet despite evidence that Canada's 5G technology is being, quote, actively targeted, the Liberals still refuse to ban Huawei from our network. So let's try this again. Will the Liberals take a stand against Chinese wolf warrior diplomacy and ban Huawei?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me assure the member that we take national security very seriously. We take national security, we take the research environment, and we do the work that's required to ensure that Canadians have full confidence that everything has protocols and that they are safe and secure and do not have to worry about the types of concerns the member has identified.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But Chinese citizens are coerced by the regime, and Huawei is an arm of the Communist Party. NSICOP's report also says, quote, China and Russia remain the primary culprits for foreign interference and, quote, are the most significant long-term threats to Canada's sovereignty and prosperity. Yet the Prime Minister defends the Communist Party's interests, even threatening to withdraw from the Halifax Security Forum if Taiwan was recognized for its resistance to China's relentless pressure. How can the Prime Minister actually defend Canada from the CCP's interference if he's an active apologist for it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me reiterate one more time that we are constantly on the lookout and that we do everything within our power to safeguard our research, our national security, and our economic interests. These are valid concerns to have, but as she is fully aware, the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Industry have taken numerous steps over the course of the past several months to ensure that Canadians have nothing to be concerned about.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, on Monday, the Liberal government announced a financial package worth up to $5.8 billion for one of Canada's airlines, Air Canada. Not only does this package neglect the thousands of laid-off workers at Canada's other airlines, but there were no new supports for airports, our air traffic controllers, or travel advisors with commissions at other airlines. Assisting one airline is simply not the comprehensive relief program we all have been asking for. Can the government commit to keeping their promise and support all of our aviation workers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to talk about Monday's announcement. This week is a good week for workers in the aviation sector. This week is a good week for passengers who've been waiting for refunds. This week is a good week for communities who've been disconnected because of COVID. This week is a good week for travel agents, Madam Speaker. our package, our agreement with Air Canada is a great news for the aviation sector. And Madam Speaker, let me reassure you, we are in discussions with other airlines, and I look forward to supporting the excellent work of our aviation workers.
Member for Calgary, Midnapore.
This week is a good week for one company. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal government promised to support the Canadian airline sector more than a year ago, but it's only this week that we've seen any progress with a program for Air Canada. Unfortunately, we need a plan for the entire industry. This piecemeal approach will only slow the recovery and hurt the many workers in the aviation sector. Why is the government taking so long to take action?
Well, Minister.
Madam Speaker, Sunwing received a package in February. We are in discussions with Air Transat. We are in discussions with WestJet. We are in discussions with other airlines. And Madam Speaker, last fall economic statement, we announced a $1.1 billion support for airports and regional and remote airlines. So Madam Speaker, it's not the Conservatives who will be there for the aviation workers. It is our government who's been there from day one, and we will continue to have their back. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Madam Speaker, Baffinland Iron Mines Corporation sent a letter to the Minister of Northern Affairs asking him to ensure a swift conclusion to the NERB environmental and social assessment of the mine's proposed expansion. The Minister has refused to meet with the Nuluyat land guardians after multiple requests. Reconciliation requires meaningful interaction with Inuit. Instead, the Liberals are ignoring requests to provide transparency and fulfill their obligations. Madam Speaker, has the Minister or his staff met with the Baffinland Iron Mines Corporation in the last 6
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. But she knows the process regarding the Baffinland Mary River Mine Project proposal is ongoing. And in the coming weeks, the Independent Nunavut Impact Review Board will resume hearings on the project. As was set out in the Nunavut Agreement, the NIRB process was established with Inuit and territory partners to ensure that the interests of all Nunavut are heard and are protected. So we are confident that all parties will continue their dialogue through that NIRB process, and it's not up to us to prejudge the outcome.
The Honourable Member for Skinner, Buckley Valley.
Madam Speaker, Canadians have been waiting for over a year for Air Canada to return their hard-earned money for cancelled trips. While the Liberals stood by, thousands of jobs have been lost across the air sector. It should never have taken over a year to get help to airline workers or to make families whole by providing refunds. After months of pushing the government to do the right thing, they finally have come to an agreement. But without a real enforcement mechanism, the government is left relying on Air Canada. Will the minister take an active role in resolving disputes and ensuring Canadians are properly refunded?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to once again talk about how this week is a good week for workers in the aviation sector. It's a good week for passengers who are waiting for refunds. It's also a good week for travel agents, and it's a good week for communities who have lost regional routes that connected them to other parts of the country and the rest of the world. Madam Speaker, I want to thank our officials at Finance, Department of Finance, officials at the Department of Transport, for working diligently. We've done our homework. We've protected the interest of Canadians. We've protected the interest of passengers.
Member for Pierrefonds Dollard.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the REM station at the Trudeau International Airport in Montreal has been under construction for some time. Can the Minister of Transport inform this House about the status of this project and how it will benefit the entire Montreal area and also represents a significant investment? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, j'aimerais remercier.
I would like to thank my colleague for his question.
Our government was pleased to announce an agreement with our partners to build the REM station at the Montreal Trudeau International Airport. This project will benefit Montreal and follows our commitment from the fall economic statement to support airports. This project is good news for Montrealers and for Quebecers, and I want to thank my colleagues from the Quebec caucus for championing it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
A few months ago, I asked the Minister of Public Safety what he would do to defend our country's digital infrastructure from cyber attacks and terrorism. He answered by saying, "We threw money at it." Just recently, over 533 million Facebook users' data was leaked online. The CRA was attacked last summer, and Microsoft just faced a cyber attack. This is hurting our economy and the safety of Canadians. When will this government make a real plan and take cybersecurity seriously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable
Madam Speaker, this government will stop at nothing to protect its citizens and indeed our government and its institutions from cybersecurity. The minister is completely committed to his work on that file, and that file will continue. And that work includes doing work with our technology companies, doing work across the government, and funding adequately our cybersecurity efforts.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister has repeatedly said that there remains no more important relationship than that with the Indigenous people. In his 2019 mandate letter to the Procurement Minister, he instructed her to secure 5% of all federal contracts with Indigenous-owned companies. She failed. As a result, that mandate letter was scrapped and a new one was granted. It's as if it was inconvenient and therefore whitewashed. Now, my question is very simple. When will this government stop making false promises, misleading Canadians, and actually follow through?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in fact, our government is incredibly committed to reaching that 5% target of procurement from Indigenous companies. I had the pleasure, along with the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, of participating in a roundtable in working on the modernization of procurement, in fact delivering successful procurements for Indigenous companies and Indigenous peoples right across this country. That work continues, Madam Speaker, and we will be reporting on even more good news on that in the future.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline transports Saskatchewan and Alberta oil to eastern Canada. It supplies half of Ontario and Quebec's gasoline, diesel, home heating fuel, and jet fuel. But next month, the Governor of Michigan is going to shut down that pipeline, jeopardizing tens of thousands of jobs across Canada. Madam Speaker, why has the Prime Minister not yet engaged directly with President Biden on enforcing the Transit Pipeline Treaty between our two countries?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Line 5 is non-negotiable. People will not be left out in the cold. I want to also thank the members of the Canada-US Special Committee for their hard work on setting Line 5. We have received their report and will be reviewing it, but it's clear there is no daylight between parties and between Canadians on this issue. Line 5 is essential to Canada's energy security, and we will continue to defend it. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Madam Speaker, Canada's debt load is amongst the highest per capita of developed nations, and with the spending announcements and budget coming on Monday, there doesn't seem to be any stopping this massive buildup. The Prime Minister continues to boast that he has Canadians' backs. Is there any chance he will come clean next week and explain to our grandkids that it will be on their backs to pay it all back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it is stunning the Conservatives' lack of willingness to recognize the cost of not taking action to support Canadian households and businesses through this pandemic. I point the honourable member to the testimony from a representative at the OECD at the Finance Committee just yesterday, where he indicated that Canada's healthy fiscal position put us in a great position to respond to the cost of this pandemic, but also to set the course for the recovery. On our side of the House, we will not be afraid to invest to ensure that households can keep food on the table and that workers can remain on the payroll. We will do whatever it takes, as long as it takes, to see Canadians through this emergency.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the survival of bees is threatened by neonicotinoid pesticides. Bees are at the heart of the food chain. Without them, there's no pollination, No plants, no biodiversity. 3 years ago, Ottawa pledged to follow Europe's lead and ban these pesticides, but now it's moving backwards without even proposing any solutions. For years, the Bloc has been supporting massive investment to find alternatives and support farmers during the transition, but Ottawa has done nothing for our farmers or for the environment. We're stuck at the starting line. When will they act? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are making significant investments in research to help our farmers to adapt and to be able to offer agriculture that is sustainable. When it comes to neonicotinoids, there is a framework in place. The last study focused on aquatic plant safety, and this is a very complex subject that we're taking seriously to ensure the protection of Canadians' health.
Please allow us to hear what is being said. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the transition to the elimination of neonicotinoids is essential for public health. The National Institute of Scientific Research concluded that these pesticides act as endocrine disruptors in humans and would have potential impacts, especially for women. The situation is clear. These pesticides are harmful to the environment, harmful to health, and they can't be abolished by abandoning farmers without a solution. We need to invest in research and support the transition for farmers. When will the government pull its head out of the sand? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, we are making very significant investments in research to help our agricultural producers. We take this issue very seriously. We want to find the right balance in order to be able to ensure a transition, but also ensure the safety and health of Canadians, which of course is our number one priority. Regulation is in place, and we're investing in science.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. April is personal tax season, and with the deadline fast approaching, Canadians are feeling overwhelmed. Lockdowns, business closures, layoffs, and job loss are only a few issues that have made tax filing more complicated and time-consuming than ever before. Accountants, tax consultants, and individuals in my riding and across the country are pleading for more time. Will the minister urgently address this unnecessary added stress and extend the annual tax filing deadline?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for their question, and as I stated to their colleague earlier on in the session, our government understands that this tax season is a stressful one for Canadians, and our government will continue to be there for them every step of the way. In February, we announced that recipients of emergency and recovery benefits would be eligible for interest relief if they file their 2020 income tax returns. The CRA also has strong taxpayer relief provisions in place where taxpayers can be relieved of penalties and interest if these are incurred for reasons beyond their control. These measures will ensure that Canadians who need
Honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. When the Prime Minister announced COVID aid measures last year, the Prime Minister said that nobody would be left behind. Rosalie, a young mother from Montmagny, recently finished her maternity leave, and at the start of the third wave, she was denied the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit by a CRA officer because her daughter was not previously enrolled in daycare between the two waves. Not that she hasn't tried, she's been on a waiting list for 50 different daycares, and those that have any spots at all are taking infants because of COVID-19. What does the government suggest to Rosalie?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we recognize the disproportionate impact this pandemic has had on women. When we transitioned to the CERB, to EI and the recovery benefits last September, we provided an EI hours credit retroactive to March 2020. This was in recognition that individuals may not have been able to accumulate enough hours to be eligible for EI. Women benefited from the hours credit as they could retroactively claim EI maternity benefits. We have worked hard to ensure equity for EI claimants, and members in this House can be assured that new mothers are receiving the benefits to which they are entitled.
L'honorable député de Port.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thousands of Canadians have been abandoned by the system. A citizen in my riding, after receiving EI sick leave benefits, was denied the Canada Recovery Sickness benefit because his file is still open in the EI system, and that's causing a problem in the system. Managers there have recognized the failure but are waiting for a solution. When will the Minister of National Revenue and the Minister of Employment work together to end this problem so that Canadians who need help receive the money that they are entitled to? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member opposite for the question. We know that this continues to be a difficult time for many, which is why we transitioned to a simplified EI program and created 3 new recovery benefits to support Canadians who are unable to work or have reduced hours. Service Canada and the Canada Revenue Agency work together to share data on Canadians who apply to ensure that only one benefit is paid to someone applying at any given time. In some instances, this integrity measure can cause a delay. That said, we understand that any delay in receiving benefits can be hard for people. So Service Canada and the CRA are continuing to work together to reduce delays and ensure Canadians are paid the benefits they need in a timely manner.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Madam Speaker, for years, the Highway of Tears has been an unsafe route for women, Indigenous women and girls. Families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and survivors have highlighted the connection between these heinous acts and the gaps in cellular service along Canadian highways, especially in rural and remote areas. Can the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development update the House on the steps our government has taken to enhance the safety, particularly for Indigenous women and girls along Highway 16?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his hard work and particularly for his leadership as chair of the Liberal Pacific Caucus. Along with our partners in BC and with Rogers, our government is connecting the entirety of Highway 16 to reliable cell service. Work begins this construction season. It will be completed by October of next year in consultation with families and survivors. We do this work and respond to recommendations from the inquiry and the Highway of Tears Symposium. We complete this work in memory of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and in earnest resolve to end such tragedies. Gender-based violence is preventable.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you. Having trouble with the mute, Madam Speaker. The Wall Street Journal, Canada's vaccine rollout lags behind as cases rise. CNN, Canadian vaccine rollout is not going well at all. The Atlantic, Canada's vaccine mess. The Guardian Weekly, Ontario starts 1-month lockdown as cases surge. Apparently, Canada's Prime Minister thinks these American and UK publications are peddling fake news. Will the Prime Minister be honest with Canadians and admit vaccine availability is his failed responsibility?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we've already furnished 12.7 million doses to the provinces and territories to vaccinate Canadians. We've managed to advance tens of millions of vaccine doses from one quarter to another, and just moments ago announced that an additional 8 million doses of Pfizer vaccine will be supplied to Canadians over the coming weeks and months. Madam Speaker, the Canadian vaccine procurement strategy is working. It has worked since the beginning, and we will continue to be among the top countries in the G20 for vaccinating our citizens.
Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, Canada is behind with vaccines. That's a fact. It's now an embarrassing story reported on CNN. The lower supply of vaccines is getting rationed with off-label usage. Instead of 3 weeks, doses can be delayed by 4 months. We're the only country with a 4-month interval. The Liberals make excuses and say they're following facts and science, but Canada's chief science advisor has called the dosing delay, quote, a population-level experiment. Does the Prime Minister agree with his advisors in saying that his failures are the reason for this unusual dosing?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we just had a great example of the member reading the question before, instead of listening to the previous answer. As I just reported, we will be increasing the number of Pfizer vaccines available to Canadians by 8 million over the next weeks and months. That will mean that approximately 50 million doses of vaccines will be distributed to Canadians. The real question, Madam Speaker, is when will the opposition stop chasing the bouncing ball and playing politics with vaccine procurements, instead recognize that we are among the leading countries in the world in the G20.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Madam Speaker, according to the most recent numbers by Statistics Canada, less than 1/3 of Canada's municipal wastewater is fully treated. This mixture of human waste and water is poured into our waterways, millions of cubic meters every day. And it is shocking that the biggest polluters are Canada's coastal cities. The environmentalists who decry Alberta's ethical oil sands are silent. Where is the Minister of the Environment's plan to deal with this reckless pollution of our Canadian waterways?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. During our mandate, we approved over $1.5 billion in federal funding for 1,452 wastewater projects across the country. In comparison, from 2011 to 2015, the previous Harper government approved only 216 wastewater projects and invested less than half the amount of federal funding. Madam Speaker, compare that with the Conservative platform that had them cutting billions of dollars from much-needed infrastructure projects across the country and reducing investments of our municipalities critically need. With funding by multiple federal departments focused on national priorities that serve communities first, we are building Canada.
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Madam Speaker, the Conservative leader told Canadians that he would bring forward a serious and comprehensive climate plan. Instead, all we got was a 15-page pamphlet that didn't mention science and doesn't help us meet our climate goals. To top it off, the Conservatives continue to delay serious legislative action on climate with the Net Zero Act. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change please update this House on the Conservative climate pamphlet and their filibuster of C12?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member for York Centre for her important question. I want to be clear that this is a pamphlet that will do less and cost Canadians more. After fighting climate action for years, Conservatives have promised to stop sending rebates back to families and instead create an incomprehensive reward system where the more you burn, the more you earn. Compare that to our net zero bill C12, which is up for debate today. It requires us to set meaningful legislative targets and was a key commitment we made to Canadians in the last election. Madam Speaker, I sincerely hope all members will allow the debate to conclude today so that we can finally vote.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, a report from Environmental Defence concludes the Liberals gave at least $18 billion to the fossil fuel industry last year, despite their stated goal to move the country to a post-carbon economy. The Minister of Natural Resources has pointed out in this House that the majority of Canadians voted for serious action on climate change. So when will the Liberals listen to those Canadians and take urgent and bold action on climate change instead of throwing billions of dollars at the fossil fuel sector?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the authors of the report the honourable member mentions are not being entirely forthright in their assessment of subsidies. They include things that the majority of Canadians wouldn't agree are subsidies. For example, investments in orphan wells, methane cleanup, which were supported by the NDP, the wage subsidy for oil and gas companies that was received by all sectors in the economy, and investments in technology to drive down emissions from Canada's oil and gas sector. Madam Speaker, Canada needs to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, but mixing several issues, this report does not contribute to an intelligent discussion on this important subject.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Grenville.
Madam Speaker, I think I speak for the vast majority of Canadians when I say that we do not want an election during the third wave of this pandemic, particularly one clearly motivated by partisan opportunism. That said, an election unfortunately still remains a possibility, so I ask a very specific question. Can the minister please advise whether the government has any intention of seeing Bill C-19 become law and whether the Chief Electoral Officer has indicated he is COVID prepared and how quickly, after royal assent, he would be able to give notice that the temporary changes are in force.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I think it's important for us to recognize that we are, in fact, in a minority parliament. No one knows what that means in terms of can happen. The chief electoral officer says we need to be ready if an election happens, and the Elections Canada, which is recognized around the world as an authority on independent elections, I'm sure will ensure that Canada will be ready. With respect to C-19, we will continue to move forward in the best way we can.
This concludes oral questions for today. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de.
Presenting reports from committees.
Member for Cambridge. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. I have the honor to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Main Estimates 2021-2022, Vote 1 and 5 under Department Veterans Affairs, and Vote 1 under Veterans Affairs, Veterans Review and Appeal Board. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Stony Creek has a point of order.
No, I have a petition to come up. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Okay, in a moment. Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hostile actors, most notably the Chinese state, are trying to use the good name of international development to advance neo-colonial objectives and undermine international peace and security. We see tragically how they are repeating 19th century practices of debt trap diplomacy.
Is doing a petition or a private member's bill? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry? We need the Should we? Could you just give us a moment? Share with the table the title of the bill, please.
It's amendment to the ODA, the Official Development Assistance Accountability Act. It was put on the notice paper. It should have been on Wednesday evening's notice paper.
And could we have a seconder for the bill, please?
For Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Yes.
You have to do the introduction first.
So I have to do an introduction. Yeah. So please allow me to do the introduction, and then you can do your apologies. So Mr. Genus, seconded by Mr. Barrett, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Official Development Assistance Accountability Act. The motion is deemed adopted. Still on the first. Sorry. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Mr. Genus, seconded by Mr. Barrett, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. Now you can do the succinct explanation of the bill.
Madam Speaker, hostile actors, most notably the Chinese state, are trying to use the good name of international development to advance neo-colonial objectives and undermine international peace and security. Tragically, we see a repeat of the kind of 19th century colonial tactics that powers in Europe used happening in the 21st century by the Chinese state. Debt trap diplomacy, exploiting economic vulnerabilities in the developing world to try and exert control and undermine peace and security. Canada should take a stand against this kind of 21st century neocolonialism. We can't always stop it, but we can refuse to be complicit in it. Unfortunately, this government is funding, through the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, aspects of this Chinese state neocolonial policy. My private member's bill would amend the...
For a short introduction, that's what the request was. Okay, please.
Thank you. I'll just quickly bring it to conclusion. This bill amends the Official Development Assistance Accountability Act, the legal framework governing foreign aid, to ensure that Canadian aid dollars cannot ever be used to advance the interests of hostile powers or undermine international peace and security.
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Mr. Genius, seconded by Mr. Barrett, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill
Will be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, and I apologize in advance that there's some content to it. That A, pursuant to Section 5.1 of an Act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, a special joint committee of the Senate and the House of Commons be appointed to review the provisions of the Criminal Code relating to medical assistance in dying and their application, including but not limited to issues relating to mature minors, advanced requests, mental illness, the state of palliative care in Canada, and the protection of Canadians with disabilities. B, pursuant to Section 5.2 of the Act, 5 members of the Senate and 10 members of the House of Commons be members of the committee, including 5 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, 3 members from the House of Commons from the official opposition, and 2 members of the House of Commons from opposition who are not members of the official opposition, with 2 chairs of the House of Commons, with 2 chairs of which the House co-chair shall be from the governing party and the Senate co-chair shall be determined by the Senate. Section C, in addition to the co-chairs, the committee shall elect 3 vice chairs from the House, of which the first vice chair shall be from the Conservative Party of Canada, the second vice chair shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and the third vice chair shall be from the New Democratic Party. Section D, pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3 of the Act, the quorum of the committee be 8 members whenever a vote, resolution, or other decision is taken, so long as both houses and 1 member of the governing party in the House, 1 member of the opposition in the House, and 1 member of the Senate are present, and that the joint chairs be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and authorize the printing thereof whenever 6 members are present, as long as both houses and 1 member of the governing party in the House, 1 member of the opposition in the House, and 1 member of the Senate are represented. Section E, the House of Commons members be named by their respective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of the members to serve on the committee no later than 5 sitting days after the adoption of this motion. Section F, changes to the membership of the committee on the part of the House of Commons be effective immediately after notification by the relevant whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. Section G, membership substitutions on the part of the House of Commons be permitted if required in a manner provided for in Standing Order 114, subsection 2, and that they may be filed with the clerk of the committee by email. Section H, until Wednesday, June 23, 2021, members may participate either in person or by video conference, and all witnesses shall participate remotely. Section I, until Wednesday, June 23, 2021, members who participate remotely shall be counted for the purpose of quorum. Section J, until Wednesday, June 23, 2021, except for those decided unanimously or on division, all questions shall be decided by a recorded vote. Section K, until Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, when more than one motion is proposed for the election of the joint chair or vice chairs, any motion received after the initial one shall be taken as a notice of motion, and such motion shall be put to the committee until one is adopted. Section L, the committee have the power to sit during sittings and adjournments of the House. Section M, the committee have the power to report from time to time, to send for persons, papers, records, and to print such papers and evidence that may be ordered by the committee. Section N, the committee have the power to retain the services of expert professional, technical, and clerical staff, including legal counsel. Section O, the committee have the power to appoint from among its members such subcommittees as may be deemed appropriate, and to delegate to such subcommittees all of its powers except the power to report to the Senate and House of Commons. Section P, the committee have the power to authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings, and that public proceedings be made available to the public via the Parliament of Canada's websites. Section Q, until Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, in-camera proceedings may be conducted in a manner that take into account the potential risks of confidentiality inherent in meetings with remote participants. Section R, pursuant to Section 5 sub 5 of the Act, the committee submit a final report of its review, including a statement of any recommended changes to Parliament no later than 1 year after the day in which it commenced the review. And finally, Section S, pursuant to Section 5 subsection 6 of the Act, following the tabling of the final report in both houses, the committee shall expire, and that a message be sent to the Senate requesting that the House to unite with this House for the above purpose, and to select, if the Senate deems advisable, members to act on the proposed special joint committee. Thank you for that, Madam Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? La Chambre a entendu les...
The House has heard the motion, and all those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whereas on April 22nd, April 2020, Taiwan announced the donation of 500,000 medical masks in Canada to be distributed to frontline workers and First Nations peoples. We, the undersigned, the citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to publicly thank the Taiwanese government for their gift of medical masks, publicly congratulate the Taiwanese people on having successfully contained the COVID-19 crisis, publicly endorse Taiwan's meaningful participation in the WHO and World Health Assembly, among other intergovernmental organizations, and including co-signing a letter to WHO Director General directed by Japan and the United States and signed by other like-minded nations to invite the Taiwanese delegation to the World Health Assembly, encourage strong bilateral relations between Canada and Taiwan, including cabinet-level communication and travel, and invite Taiwan's Health Minister Chen Shin-yang to address a parliamentary committee to discuss Taiwan's successes at combating the COVID-19 pandemic and share learnings with Canadian authorities. And congratulations to Taiwan on their successful battling of this COVID-19 virus. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present e-petition E2738. We received over 2,000 signatures, and this petition asks the Minister of Health to hear that many Canadians oppose herbicides being used by the forestry industry that prevent the natural return of the forest biodiversity, and for the Minister to take leadership and to ban the commercial use of herbicides in the forestry industry in Canada, with the exception of addressing invasive species. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Hamilton East, Stony Creek. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Can you hear me now, Madam Speaker?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry. It's the old mute problem. I'm presenting petition number E32005 of 2,003 signatories, whereas the federal government is planning to restrict public access to the Hamilton and Burlington piers through the use of physical barriers. These piers are an important part of our community. The area has been open for public use for decades, and the area is a unifying space for the Hamilton and Burlington communities. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, in association with Save Our Pier Hamilton Beach Community, call upon the Government of Canada to maintain responsible public access to the Hamilton-Burlington piers without the use of barriers in a similar manner to the accessibility found in comparable municipal public spaces. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting a private member's bill. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm tabling 5 petitions today. The first is with respect to the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners are very concerned about the human rights and humanitarian situation as it has unfolded there in recent months, and they're calling for a stronger response from this government. Petitioners want to see support for investigations into credible reports of war crimes and gross violations of human rights law, as well as direct and ongoing engagement with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments. The second petition is with respect to Bill C6, a bill debated this morning. Petitioners support banning conversion therapy. They have concerns about the definition as written. Petitioners are calling on the government to ban coercive, degrading practices that are designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, to ensure that no laws discriminate against Canadians by limiting the services they can receive based on sexual orientation or gender identity, and to allow free and open conversations about sexuality and sexual behavior and avoid criminalizing professional and religious counseling voluntarily requested and consented to by Canadians. The third petition highlights the horrific treatment, the ongoing genocide facing Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners want to see action from the government, not just the House of Commons, but the government, in terms of recognizing that a genocide is taking place and following it up with appropriate actions. The fourth petition is in support of Bill S-204, a bill currently before the Senate that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ that had been harvested from an unwilling patient. But I'm sure members can appreciate the importance of this bill. Petitioners want to see this Parliament take the steps necessary to get that bill passed into law as soon as possible. The fifth and final petition highlights the human rights abuses confronting Falun Gong practitioners in China. Petitioners note work done by David Kilgore, David Matas, and others to reveal industrial-scale organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners call on the government to take every opportunity to engage the government of China to seek an end to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners and to do everything they can to establish measures to stop organ harvesting and trafficking. No doubt one of those measures would be the adoption of Bill S-204, and I commend all 5 of these petitions to members of the House and wish everyone a good weekend.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to table e-petition 3108, which has over 3,000 signatures and was initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners note that natural, time-tested immune system essentials and holistic health practices do not receive enough attention in their role in preventative health care. The petitioners request that the Government of Canada educate and empower Canadians on holistic health approaches to optimize and maintain their natural immunity and well-being. They ask to cover practices for health sustainability and wellness care under the Health Act, including chiropractic care, massage therapy, acupuncture, and naturopathic medicines. And they ask that the government support, promote, and enhance Canadians' access to holistic health services and natural health products. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually in the House today to present a petition from a number of constituents. It's a petition that originated some time ago. It's slightly dated, but so many petitioners asked for it to be submitted that I do submit a petition calling for the government to take note of the fact that there is no, this remains not dated, but actually the case, that there is no established method for cleaning up a spill that involves bitumen diluted with diluent. that the Trans Mountain Pipeline represents a threat to coastal communities and a threat to climate. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to reject the idea of buying and building the Trans Mountain Pipeline at a cost of what was estimated at that time, but has risen, of over $10 billion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley Cloverdale, Langley City Cloverdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition today concerning Bill C-6. Petitioners recognize the need for a ban on harmful, degrading, and coercive practices that seek to force people to change their sexual orientation. They also recognize, however, that the definition of conversion therapy used in Bill C-6 is not used by any medical body in the world, and it is so imprecise that it will lead to the prohibition of forms of counseling that reduce unwanted sexual behavior. I'm sure my colleagues can understand the damaging implications of this, and I remind them that committee witnesses testified that types of counseling this bill will ban actually saved their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions today. The first, I want to thank Sukhwinder Singh, the National Director for United Sikhs Canada, for bringing this one to my attention. It's an e-petition, and I'm very pleased to be able to sponsor it in the House. It calls on the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. They indicate that sex-selective abortion is legal in Canada because we have no laws, and it's antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women. And 84% of Canadians believe that it should be illegal to have an abortion if the family does not want the child to be a certain sex. And Canada's healthcare professionals recognize that sex selection is a problem in Canada. So I'm pleased to present this today. It is on behalf of 10,197 Canadians. I also want to present a petition brought to my attention in regards to C6. And I won't read through all of the concerns, but two of them specifically today. Bill C6 expressly allows counseling, medical, and surgical efforts to change a child's gender, but prohibits support for a child seeking to detransition to his or her cisgender. Also, Bill C6 could restrict the choices of LGBTQ2 Canadians concerning sexuality and gender by prohibiting access to any professional or spiritual support freely chosen to limit sexual behavior or detransition. And the concern is around the definition of conversion therapy. We all agree that conversion therapy is wrong, but this bill fails to outline it properly so that people are not caught in the crossfire, specifically in this case, those who choose to transgender and then detransition, and also the concerns around a child also seeking to detransition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Does the honourable member have agreement? Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government bills, comments.
Of the second reading motion of Bill C-12, Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today about this bill. It's clear, one thing is very clear, is that climate change is the real issue of the century and even the millennium. We have studied C-12. We are in favor in principle. We cannot be opposed to it, but we can improve it. It has to be a bill that makes improvements. There are many environmental protection groups that have welcomed the bill. It was long awaited from the Minister of the Environment, but we're a bit disappointed by the weaknesses in the current format. The goal of a bill on climate is to make current and future governments responsible for their climate action in order to avoid repeated failures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have long learned that the set targets have been set, but over time we see that often the targets are sometimes changed. There have been changes on several occasions over the past 30 years in order to say that emissions had reduced, but in fact they had increased. Unlike the Climate Change Responsibility Act, which the Bloc Québécois C215 has tabled in this House, the current version of C12, unfortunately, does not allow the goal to be reached. There are measures that need to be imposed to ensure respect by Canada of its obligations under the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement in this bill, unlike the Bloc one, is never set out in Canadian legislation, and it should be. The fact that the targets are set under the Paris targets is not included in this bill means that it just confirms, ultimately, Canada's commitment to reaching zero carbons by 2050. The Bloc feels that it must also include a mandatory 30% reductions target by 2030 with regards to Canadian 2005 emissions. The bill should also set out an intermediary target before 2050. The bill also does not set out any credible mechanisms for making people responsible for reducing their emissions. The only obligation is to report. So the minister will himself assess whether his own work has progressed sufficiently. So the role that is reserved to the Environment Commissioner under C12, including the operating budget, which should be improved, is almost inexistent. There are institutions and objective independent organizations that should be mandated to look at this and force the minister to be accountable. The minister is currently only accountable to himself. The measures set out by the government need to be looked at. We must move now to questions. Questions and comments.
Comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I am very disappointed in this bill. At present, there are some stronger laws around the world, from the UK, for example, New Zealand, and others. These countries have adopted real measures, strong measures, in order to guarantee action will be taken against climate change. Here in C12, we have the weakest bill in the world. And I would ask my colleague from the Bloc, why does he think that the minister did not compare legislation around the world and pick the measures that actually worked? The honourable member for, I apologize, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte had time left for his speech. I do apologize. It's not really a good day today, is it? You still have 6 minutes remaining for your speech if you wish to complete your speech, and then we'll come back to the question posed by the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. With pleasure. So I will then continue my speech. I was a little surprised, in fact, by the fact that I had run out of time and we hadn't yet gotten there. So the bill needs to set out an action plan. There needs to be measures to ensure that there is an examination by independent authorities to reach goals and obligations for Canada under the Paris Agreement. This is currently not existing. So we have to really walk the talk. The government has to listen to the opinions of the main groups that have all raised the significant shortcomings of C12. This is what the member for the Green Party raised in her question. And she said that it's one of the weakest bills in the world. The best way to proceed would be to deal with the Climate Change Responsibility Act tabled by the bill, which sets mandatory targets, and this is very important. There would include real measures for accountability. C12 is not going to ensure that Canada will maintain its obligations, but rather it is making legal the fact that Canada will achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by year 2050. But in order to reach carbon or net zero greenhouse emissions by 2050, the halfway point in the century, we'll have to set maximum targets for greenhouse gas emissions as quickly as possible. But the way that it's being presented is that it's supposed to support government efforts, but that's not how it should work. The government should meet its objectives and be forced not to fail. There have been debates in the House about the bill, and we were told that we have to maintain political flexibility. But it's much more difficult than just giving some flexibility as the bill currently does. I think that when a government wants to reduce and cut real greenhouse emissions, there is something that needs to be done with great seriousness. We want that by 2030 there be a 30% reduction of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions compared to 2005 levels. In the Liberals' bill, the minister sets the GHG emissions for 2030 in the 6 months following the coming into action of this bill, so there's no current target. So C12 will allow the minister to set new targets. I think that this throne speech indicates that the Liberals will put in place a plan that will allow them to exceed Canada's climate targets for 2030. The Prime Minister has repeated that they will exceed the targets, but if the government is so certain of exceeding its targets in 2030, why not put it in the bill? When you're so certain of something, I think that you have no fear of putting it in legislation. There would be no problem with that. But in the future, if it might not be respected, then you should put it in legislation. Also, there's the problem with the reports. The minister has to set reference years, but the years aren't specified, and the targets are set one at a time over time, 5 years before the reference year. So you would set in 2035 the target based on 2030 levels. Why is the assessment exercise, why would the review not be annual? Now, with regard to the commissioner's role, and I talked about this in my introduction, measures will be assessed based on Canada's ability to respect the Paris Accord, but to ensure that the legislation will allow Canada to reach those targets and to respect its international obligations, the commissioner's role must be to assess whether the established measures will indeed allow Canada to reach its targets and allow Canada to fulfill its obligations under the Paris Accord. Now, we must ensure that the government can respect its obligations. The legislation has to include mandatory targets for 2030. If the only guarantee is that Canada will meet those targets, why wouldn't we need a framework legislation on the climate? We can ask ourselves this question. The government cannot say that C12 includes binding measures and then say that the only valuable mandatory action would be the results of an election. C12 must be able to be amended to ensure that Canada can meet its targets. But there's a problem. The minister is the one setting the mandate of the organization. The role of the advisory board is to provide advice on net zero emissions by 2050. The fact that experts are not mobilized to provide opinions on the short-term targets, on intermediate targets, and on the 2050 or 2030 targets means that the government is not understanding the urgency of climate change action, nor the need to quickly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I want to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for his speech. For question period, I would ask the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands to repeat her question. Thank you.
Merci mille fois. Ma question vers...
Thank you. My question for my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is simple and clear. Now that in Canada, we have one of the lowest accountability bills, how can we act against the climate emergency? There are other laws like the 2008 legislation adopted in England, which was very strong. It set firm targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and has made progress. But that's not the case here in Canada. What does my colleague think of the reasons for which, the reasons that make it clear that the minister has not studied legislation elsewhere? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had an excess of enthusiasm and I did not hear you give me the floor. I apologize. During the Liberals meeting, they voted against a proposal promoting green energy and to end subsidies to fossil fuels. In spite of good intentions, at the convention, that proposal was rejected. It's clear that the transition can't rest on increasing subsidies to fossil fuels, as is currently the case. We know that all too often, among Canadian governments, no matter who is leading, there's good intentions. But as the member said, we didn't study what was being done elsewhere. Let's hope that an in-depth committee study can amend this bill and improve it. Thank you to the member. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question is in regards to the importance of the national government working with provincial and territorial governments and other stakeholders to further the cause. When we talk about the legislation of net zero, I think that it's very robust and ambitious, and it will meet the needs and expectations that Canadians have of the government. And my question specific is, would the member not agree that Ottawa working with other jurisdictions in cooperation in different areas, that we will be better able to achieve the type of goals that Canadians want us to achieve?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
On est tout à fait d'accord qu'il faut travailler.
I fully agree that working with Quebec is essential, and with the provinces and different entities at different levels of government. It's part of our DNA to even suggest it. I firmly believe that working with the provinces means not imposing fossil fuel projects when they don't want them. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, 30 seconds if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to my honourable colleague for his remarks. I listened carefully, and I agree with so much that he presented around ways to strengthen this accountability legislation. I wonder if he could provide the House with the change that he feels would go the furthest, the highest priority amendment to this legislation that would improve accountability and strengthen this bill. Is there one idea that he feels stands out?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, quickly if possible. Mr. Speaker, to be quick, I would say simply that most of the aspects of the bill include amendments proposed by the Bloc, such as true accountability, real targets for 2030. We can't just vote on intentions and let the minister set up their own assessment. There has to be a real oversight, a real independent oversight, and very set binding targets. I would like to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are times when we're called on to do big, hard, important things, and I believe tackling the climate crisis is one of the things. I know there are many in this place who agree. It's such an important thing that I feel both compelled to speak and afraid that my words won't measure up to the hopes of my daughter's generation, rather that they will be added to the decades-long soundtrack of political platitudes, which, taken all together, have added up to so very little. I first became concerned about climate change as a teenager, and now I have teenagers of my own, and yet so little progress has been made. Today, we're debating Bill C-12, Canada's much-awaited climate accountability legislation. I'd like to focus my remarks on the gaping hole it contains, that is, the lack of any climate targets until 2030. At the very end of the decade, we know will be the most critical in turning things around. In some ways, the once slow-moving train wreck of climate change would seem the perfect candidate for incrementalism. If we had acted in a measured and determined fashion decades ago, making modest but significant reductions each and every year, we would be in a very different place than we are right now. But of course we didn't. In 2004, Rick Mercer merrily called on Canadians to commit to the 1-ton challenge. Remember that? Canada's emissions back then were 742 million tons. 15 years later, in the inventory just released for 2019, they were 730 million tons, only 1.6% lower. Along the way, we made all sorts of commitments in 2000 and 2002, 2005, 2007, 2010, and we fulfilled none of them. It's startling that the Minister for the Environment was quoted as saying recently that it was really good news that Canada's emissions went up by 1 megaton. Really good news. I'm all for positive vibes and sunny ways, but on what planet is it really good news when things you said you'd make go down, go up instead? The government has adopted Stephen Harper's 2030 target of reducing emissions by 30% compared to 2005 and has promised to raise this ambition in line with the Paris Accord. This is well and good because we know we need to do more than 30% if we're going to do our part in avoiding the worst ravages of climate change. But I think a lot of Canadians would appreciate a government that gives them the unvarnished truth, that we have been losing badly. We've blown through every single climate target we've set as a country, and like a kid who puts off studying until the night before the exam, the timeline has collapsed on us. We are very nearly out of time altogether, and we can no longer claim with a straight face that modest incrementalism is going to get us where we need to be within the time still left on the clock. As the IPCC has stated, this decade matters most. In each and every year leading up to 2030, we need to make progress that is not just measurable, but indeed quite dramatic. Given this dire situation, this climate emergency, I can't understand why this government is so resistant to the idea of telling the public about where they plan for Canada to be, where we need to be in 2025. Why would they resist such basic transparency? The minister stated in the media that he's confident Canada is on track to achieve year-over-year emissions reductions from here onward. Yet every year since this government came to power, emissions have gone up. And every year the minister has claimed we're on track. It begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what the phrase on track even means. The analogy that comes to mind is that of training for a marathon. There are certain milestones one needs to reach along the way. If the race is in 2 weeks and you're not yet running 10 kilometers comfortably, you're certainly not going to be ready for 42 kilometers. Canada's government has paid the entry fee and jogged to the start line of so many climate races, but we don't train and we don't finish. We just commit to running new races and we jog up to the start line again and again, high-fiving our friends and smiling for the cameras. Worse yet, these past 6 years, we've been taken to bragging that we're going to run with the best of them, and our actions, our results have yet to add up to any of our ambitions. But this is a race, Mr. Speaker, that we can't lose. We need a different approach, and that's exactly what the NDP and the Bloc and the Green Party are calling for, an approach that is transparent, honest, collaborative, what my late friend Bruce Hill once called a show don't tell approach. Of course, a near-term milestone puts our policy choices into stark focus. There's much less room for contradictions and trade-offs, for half measures, no time for cliches about the environment and the economy going hand in hand. It means the decision makers around the table today are likely to be the same people held accountable in just 4 years' time. In addition to targets, we also need to strengthen C12's enforcement mechanisms to ensure real accountability. The bill tasks the Environment Commissioner with assessing progress, but we know that office doesn't even have adequate resources for its current mandate. And the Arm's Length Advisory Committee needs to be given an active role in setting targets and reviewing progress. We are ready to work constructively with the government to improve this bill and give real teeth to independent, empowered bodies that can enforce government's targets. It's the kind of approach that worked for the UK. There, the Climate Change Act is seen as the gold standard of climate accountability. Central to the UK approach are 5-year carbon budgets. These are legally binding with regular reporting to Parliament. The first 5-year carbon budget, covering the period 2008 to 2012, wasn't enacted until 2009, yet the country met this milestone with room to spare. It exceeded its second carbon budget too, and today it's well on its way to meeting its third. The UK's arm's length advisory body, the Committee on Climate Change, helps set targets and publicly reports on whether those targets are being met. Since 1990, the UK's emissions have fallen 44%. The Brits aren't just finishing the race, they're on the podium. It feels funny describing all this because, of course, the government is perfectly familiar with the UK example, yet they have tabled a bill that falls far short. Not that there aren't aspects of C12 that we support. For the first time, the government is codifying the basic principle of accountability on the climate. Targets will be enshrined into law, and the government acknowledges that we must limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. And although the language could be much stronger, it is positive to see reference to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. However, this bill's basic purpose is to ensure we hit our 2030 and 2050 targets, and in that regard, the lack of a near-term milestone and stronger enforcement mechanisms are glaring flaws. Canadians elected not just a minority parliament, but a minority in which over 60% of MPs elected belong to parties that prioritize climate action. The promise of a minority is that we will work together in the spirit of collaboration to strengthen legislation and serve our country in the best way possible. With the NDP, the Bloc, and the Greens all calling for the same basic amendments to Bill C12, this is the Liberals' opportunity to show they can lead alongside others. And who knows, with the leader of the opposition's recent revelation that carbon pricing is a thing, even in a weird way that rewards people who burn more fossil fuels, we may yet see the Conservatives graduate from climate curious to climate sincere. First, he'll have to convince his party that climate change is real, but hope springs eternal. Imagine a House united against this common threat, as it has been only a few times in our history. If there is a challenge worthy of such unity, the climate crisis is that challenge. Let's show Canadians we are equal to it. In closing, I was reminded recently that my predecessor, the inimitable Jim Fulton, stood in this House 30 years ago and called delay on climate action a crime no future generation would forgive. He was right, and we have delayed far too long. Let's improve this bill, hold our government to account, and maybe, just maybe, we can get things pointed in the right direction at long last. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley. The member mentioned two people I also loved who've left us too soon, Bruce Hill and Jim Fulton. And in reference to his thinking about his own children and being interested in climate as a teenager, I held my baby daughter, not yet 1 year old, while I watched the signing of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in Rio in 1992. And since that time, humanity has emitted more greenhouse gases than in the entire period between the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and when we committed to start reducing greenhouse gases to avoid the emergency we are now in. My concern is that C12 as drafted is actually dangerous because it deludes us into thinking that a 2050 target of net zero will keep us from blowing past what we committed to do in Paris, which was hold global average temperature to as far below 2 degrees Celsius as possible, and preferably 1.5 degrees. There's a carbon budget. Well, the honourable member, sorry.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley, an opportunity to comment.
Madam Speaker, I don't disagree with anything that my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands has said. I think that, the challenge in front of us is to take what we've been presented and to work as hard as we can to make it better, to have the courage to work together and to hold each other to account and to try to come out with something that is better than what we've had for the past 30, 40 years. And that's a challenge I certainly hope we're equal to.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox-Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his comments, and I understand that he supports this bill, but I just wanted to raise an issue that I discovered in researching this bill. In the past, many people have criticized the Harper Conservatives for being too cozy with special interests, giving them too much play in being involved in legislation. But I found an article in the Financial Post this week that basically accused, and I'm going to quote the article here, John Wilkinson could almost be accused of plagiarism with respect to copying a document that was put out by a variety of...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
I think the Honourable Member knows that we don't use members' proper names in the chamber.
Thank you for pointing it out, and absolutely a reminder that we do not use the names of members or ministers in the House.
That is correct. I'm sorry I was quoting that, but I'll move on. And so I just wanted to point out that with some of these organizations, the government has provided funding, $1.7 million in federal grants to the Pembina Institute, $200,000 in...
Give the opportunity for the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley to answer, and we are running out of time. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'll answer very briefly just by saying that standing up for the environment is not a special interest.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. We're talking about C12, and many of us find, even though its basis is good, it lacks some teeth. The Bloc and the DP have proposed their own bills when it comes to climate responsibility. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks. What is an essential aspect of a good law on environmental responsibility? What would that look like?
For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
The essential characteristics of a good law on environmental responsibility, and in particular accountability, Madam Speaker, which is the focus of this discussion, I believe is that it produces results, and that it empowers independent bodies to, just as we have officers of parliament that hold us to account, that it empowers independent bodies to cut through the doublespeak and the spin of successive governments and give Canadians the unvarnished truth about where we're at and where we need to be.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like the member to comment specifically on the fact that this bill creates an advisory mechanism. And there was an expectation when this bill started debate that there would be some consultation and some broad representation in terms of that advisory mechanism. But more recently, we found out that the government has already identified the individuals, even before the legislation is passed, even before this legislation has gone to committee, has identified individuals that will sit on that advisory body. So I wonder if the member thinks that this is a mistake for the government, that they should be consulting with members of the opposition and trying to have a broad consensus reflected and different experience and knowledge reflected in that advisory mechanism to represent all parts of Canadian society.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
I don't believe that the purpose, Madam Speaker, of the advisory committee should be to represent all of the broad diversity of Canadian society. It should be an advisory committee of experts who recognize the imperative of action on climate change and who are positioned to provide expert advice to the government. The risk is...
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The government has said from the beginning of the pandemic that we'll have Canadians' backs, and that's what we're doing. Yet as we continue to fight COVID-19 and the plan for the Canadian economy, the planet remains a crisis, and we must act. I'm going to try to keep my remarks short, and I know some members may not believe that, but it'll be in a bit of a form of a plea to honourable members. And I'm asking members to allow Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, to move on to the next stage of the legislative process. Last December, we announced Canada's Strengthened Climate Plan, a healthy environment and a healthy economy. With this plan, we will achieve our environmental and economic goals and exceed Canada's current 2030 climate target. The Net Zero Bill is a fundamental part of this plan. Net zero is not a catchy or it's not a flashy catchphrase, but if we do not reach net zero emissions by 2050, we will not achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. This is an existential threat to the planet on which there is a global consensus. There is also a consensus here at home where the vast majority of Canadians voted for climate action in the last election. Just last week, 5 environmental organizations issued a press release calling on all parties to advance this bill. Canadians want us to move forward because Bill C-12 will bring accountability and transparency to Canada's climate commitments. It will offer people and businesses certainty as we transition to a cleaner future. Since the introduction in the House of Commons, members have debated the bill 3 times. Despite delays caused by procedural maneuvers, during these debates, each party indicated their support for the principles of the bill and agreed that it should be referred to the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development. And I'll give some examples, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Environment and Climate Change critic and member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, stated, "It may raise some eyebrows that my party will be supporting this bill at second reading, but if we are going to have any success, we need to find those things that we can agree upon and take action. There are things we can and must agree on. In summary, I see very little in this bill to oppose." The Bloc Québécois environment critic stated, "Given the importance of the issue it addresses, although we agree with the principle, we feel Bill C-12 needs some work. Members can count on the Bloc Québécois to propose improvements. Once amended, this bill will be crucial for our future." The NDP environment critic and critic for climate change, and the member for Victoria, stated, "I will be pushing the government to make this bill stronger. We cannot wait any longer. We are running out of time. Young people and Canadians are watching us, and they will not forgive us if we fail them, if we lack the courage to do what is necessary to avoid catastrophic climate change, and they're telling us to wake up." The Conservative finance critic and member for Abbotsford, Conservatives in the House support this legislation. Member for Saskatoon West, "I like the proposed legislation, Bill C-12. The reason I like it is that it's a made-in-Canada solution to greenhouse gas emissions." The Bloc Québécois climate change critic and a member for Avignon, La Métis Matin Metapedia, "The climate crisis must not be a partisan issue. That said, I'm very much looking forward to studying this bill in committee. I do have reservations, but climate legislation is crucial." And the Bloc member for Saint-Jean, "In recent months, governments, cities, and universities in Quebec and Canada have declared a climate emergency. This is not the time to procrastinate. As the saying goes, never leave tomorrow what you can do today. And the NDP member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, we will support this bill at second reading, but the Liberals must work with us to strengthen the accountability provisions. When the minister participated in the debate, he emphasized that our climate goals are shared objectives that require collaboration. We believe strongly in the integrity and spirit of the parliamentary process and remain committed to considering in good faith constructive amendments to improve the legislation. We know that in addition to members of the Liberal caucus, the environment and climate change critics about the Bloc and the NDP have put forward proposals to strengthen the bill, and we are diligently reviewing those proposals. If we all agree, let us move forward and conclude debate today. Members should vote on the bill so the bill can be amended at committee. Amendments can be brought from members of parliament and civil society, and that can be considered. Debate can continue. I know I'm new to the Environment Committee, but there's some exceptional members on all sides who we look forward to working with. However, if the debate fails to conclude, I would ask that members consider supporting the government in using parliamentary tools that are available to ensure there is a second reading vote very soon. Political leaders who support climate action should not stand idly by while it is delayed. This is not the time to procrastinate. We have a responsibility to all Canadians and to future generations to act now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague and all parliamentarians, I'd like to know if they agree to tackle climate change and take necessary measures to help the environment. But how can my colleague, reassure Canadians that the Liberal Party plan will ensure that we get results? When we see today in this bill is that we're looking at 9 years of time before results are achieved. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that.
Gary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member. I disagree with his statement that it's taken 9 years. We've flattened the curve on pollution, and the reports that have been released show that we are moving in the right direction. The member's party has said that they support the bill, and we look forward to further amendments. We want to work with the opposition to strengthen this bill, and we look forward to it. We hope that the debate concludes today so that the real work on amending the bill can begin in earnest rather than stalling it here in the chamber.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, certainly we welcome this bill, and it's a step in the right direction, but it simply doesn't go far enough to ensure that we're doing everything we can to address the climate crisis. When the Prime Minister was asked why there was no target for 2025, he didn't even answer the question. He talked about, that ultimately the accountability for the government's actions or inactions is from Canadians themselves. Well, Canadians are saying that the Liberals have missed every single climate target that they've set, and that they want the government to come up with a credible plan. They want a 2025 milestone to start with so that we can make sure that we're monitoring where we're at and measuring it. Will the member accept our proposal to have a 2025 milestone target?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Madam Speaker, we look forward to amendments being brought, but I take exception with his claims about our climate plan, and I know the honourable member won't believe me, so I'd like to quote his former leader, Thomas Mulcair, who called our climate plan absolutely marvelous and puts Canada on track to respect our Paris Accord obligations. And he went on, Madam Speaker, to say that our Prime Minister, and I quote, published a very bold, all-encompassing, frankly brilliant climate plan. And Madam Speaker, we agree.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary. We serve on the Environment Committee together, and yes, we are very excited to be able to get to the study and to talk about amendments. But in the meantime, I think as we look at the accountability piece, I was so glad to see the word accountability right in the title of the legislation. Could the Parliamentary Secretary tell us how accountability interacts with the Auditor General's Office and the Commissioner for Sustainable Development and Climate Change, and the work that they will be doing to make sure that the bill and the audit of the bill shows that we will be making progress on our targets.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Guelph. His passion on climate change and the environment has been evident since we both got elected in 2015, and it's been a pleasure to serve with him on the Environment Committee these past few weeks. Accountability is already in the legislation, and the honourable member is correct with pointing out the Auditor General and the office, and we are willing to further strengthening that. We are willing to work with opposition parties. We are willing to see amendments. This is vitally important. And all members keep talking about how vitally important it is, Madam Speaker, but all that is serving to do is to delay this legislation. And Canadians want to see us debate this. There will be further time for debate at committee stage. There'll be further time at report stage and third reading, but let's get it to committee, Madam Speaker, so we can get the real work done and evaluate amendments as they come forward.
A very brief question from the honourable member for Sherwood Bradford, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we see this often where Liberal members get up in the House during debate, taking House time, and say, let's pass the bill, let's speed it up, seemingly unaware that when they stand up to speak to a bill in the House, that is consuming time and reducing the chances of the bill passing in the timeline they propose. So, if the member wants the bill to pass in a certain time frame, will he look in the mirror and consider his own culpability by choosing to give a speech today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 5 seconds.
That's why I gave a very brief speech, Madam Speaker, to get this through as quickly as possible.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with great pride and emotion and thinking about my children and my granddaughter, who will be 1 in a year, that I rise today to talk about the environment. Madam Speaker, there are different ways to achieve the objective that we all have of fighting climate change. Yes, climate change is real, and we have to face this reality and take positive measures, long-term measures, and ones that will have a real impact. And that is why, Madam Speaker, that we have some reservations about C12. And yesterday, our party, with our leader, the Honourable Member for Durham, tabled a concrete action plan, one that is realistic and responsible with tangible results that allows us to act for the environment. It's a bold, innovative plan that will directly address Canadians to solve this climate change issue and fight this reality. Madam Speaker, there's a key element of our program that was tabled yesterday on the environment is the creation of a personal savings account. Yes, Madam Speaker, we recognize that a tariff on carbon is a reality and that we have to act in that direction. But unlike the current approach with a tax on carbon that goes back to the government, managed by the government, we are giving the responsibility to Canadian citizens. With this tariff, when a person purchases something and there is carbon in that purchase, there is the footprint of the tariff on carbon that will be written black and white on the receipt. Immediately, that amount will be transferred to a personal savings account to the Canadian so that they can choose what they want to purchase that will help to reduce GHG emissions. That's the real principle. So you take action, which leads to another action, to support what you've committed to do. Because, Madam Speaker, we think that Canadians are in the best position to know what their needs are and to also know how they can take action to fight carbon pollution. Rather than leaving this up to the government, we're putting this to Canadians. And, Madam Speaker, we understand this is a creative approach. Yes, we have to be innovative. We have to think outside of the box and off the beaten track to address this issue properly. Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes, it is a challenge. It will be. But that's what we have to do. We want to do this with the support and participation of the provinces. It's not like what Ottawa is doing right now to tell everyone what's good for them. No, we're going to work hand in hand with the provinces to allow Canadians to make choices that they think are the best. Because we believe that Canadians know what's best for them and what to do to reduce their environmental footprint. Someone could do renovations on their home with more green windows, and they could perhaps buy a bus pass to not take their car so they could reduce their carbon footprint that way. So, Madam Speaker, these are positive initiatives and constructive and responsible initiatives that put Canadians in the driver's seat. That's not everything, though. We're going even further. We have a program for zero-emission vehicles. Particularly for Quebecers, this is of interest because, as you know, in Quebec, we have expertise, strong expertise in electric vehicles. If you go to Saint-Jérôme, for example, there are factories that sell electric buses across the country, and this is positive news. We want to encourage them to keep this business up with $2 billion in investment to make electric vehicles and energy-saving batteries, which will be profitable. Madam Speaker, in Saint-Jérôme, well, I don't have any particular attachments there, but I know that there is a high concentration there of knowledge in that area. In the local high school, there are studies on electric vehicles being done there. So we're investing in training in that area, and we support this initiative with our $2 billion investment that we would make. Madam Speaker, with respect to the targets we have, we're taking inspiration from British Columbia that has 30% of vehicles to be sold by 2030 that will be electric. And it has taken this step, and we're taking inspiration from that. And also, when Ford, GM, and the major car players are also having the same targets, well, now more than ever, like our leader has said recently, we really have to change. Canada has changed, and we have to go in that direction. And that's what we're proposing here. Madam Speaker, we also want to cut industrial emissions, but this won't happen overnight. We understand that major polluters, given their attitude and that they produce a lot, do pollute more. Our approach, Madam Speaker, is to work with these big polluters to cut their emissions, and we also want to establish North American standards. Why do I say this? Because, as you know, we can establish very severe standards in Canada, very strict ones, but if we don't do this in cooperation with other North American players, well, obviously, we'll have our hands tied behind our back because we'll be less competitive worldwide. So we have to work with our U.S. partners to have North American standards for the reduction of GHG emissions in industrial sectors. This is a realistic and responsible approach that doesn't hamper Canada's economy, but on the contrary, will give us interesting opportunities. Also, Madam Speaker, we want to develop carbon capture credits. This technology exists in Canada already, in Manitoba, for example, and it's very developed and continues to improve. Our government, if it is elected at the next elections, will establish a $5 billion program to create this capacity to invest even more and innovate even more in carbon capture. In my riding, there's a company that developed a technology to reduce pollution through carbon capture when it's emitted, and then it's immediately buried underground so that it does not affect the environment. So there are positive and constructive approaches and ones that are also very focused on the reality of the situation. Because, Madam Speaker, you can have thousands of ideas, but they may not be applicable. But we have concrete and realistic solutions that work with provinces and companies and Canadians to take action to reduce GHG emissions. Madam Speaker, we have to recognize that in this bill, C-12, that we're talking about today, there was a change between what the government did and tabled and the current time. We decided to strike a committee. Well, they only invite those who agree with the government to establish certain policies and ideas. If we have to debate something, it should be open to everyone. We can't just invite people who agree with us, because we all have to live with the consequences of such an important decision. And that is why we have very serious reservations about this. What the government did before debate started was to said that certain people would already come.
I move, seconded by the official opposition whip, this point, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's effort to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emission by the year 2050, since the bill fails to A. Implement a plan that recognizes climate change is real and addresses the significant problem it represents, while also ensuring that economic development and job growth can flourish all across Canada. And B, address the fact that after committing to working with parliamentarians on the makeup of the advisory group, the government appointed climate activists whose influence, if acted upon, would lead to the destruction of the oil and gas sector, disproportionately threaten certain regions of the country and their essential industries, and weaken national unity. Unquote. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Richard, moves the following amendment.
Moved that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050, since the bill fails to A. Implement a plan that recognizes climate change is real and addresses the significant problem it represents, while also ensuring that economic development and job growth can flourish all across Canada. B. Address the fact that after committing to working with Parliament on the makeup of the advisory committee or group, the government appointed climate activists whose influence, if acted upon, would lead to the destruction of the oil and gas sector. This proportionally threaten certain regions of the country and their essential industries and weaken national unity. L'amendement est reçu.
The amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
No? Okay, so if I have no questions, we have to ask a question, no? Débat. Yes, the Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Maybe procedures have changed, but at questions and comments, when an honourable member raises their hand, aren't I entitled to ask a question?
Absolutely. I was just confirming how to proceed now. I'm sorry. Questions and comments. And I'm guessing that the Honourable Member has a question and comment. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry. To my honourable colleague, it's entirely the point that when one understands a carbon budget and when one understands the threat of maintaining or expanding oil and gas activity over the next even decade or more, the chances of losing human civilization to runaway global warming are very severe, and we should be planning for the protection of workers and an orderly transition away from fossil fuels. In fact, that is what is required and being planned around the world. And I asked my honourable Conservative colleague how the Conservative Party can claim to have a climate plan, but think expanding oil and gas well into the future is some sort of right based on regional representation.
Honourable member for l'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
I want to pay all my respect to the Green leader, and I can assure you that I will welcome each and every question, and I will be sure that you will have the time to ask questions. Madam Speaker, to go to the point, we have to realize the truth that we live, and I will give the example of Quebec. In the Quebec province, based on the last study, 9 billion liters of gasoline have been sold last year. 9 billion liters. Among that, around 60% came from America. Madam Speaker, I would prefer to have Canadian oil instead of American oil. And with those projects, like Keystone XL and those Line 5, if we cancel that, which is the will, unfortunately, of the new administration in America, well, America will get their oil from where? From countries who are more polluter than us. So, Madam Speaker, to save the planet, I will support Canadian and oil and gas industry.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I think the government over the last 6 years has clearly demonstrated its ability to appreciate the value of our environment and the importance of our natural resources, recognizing that you need to take into consideration the environment, economy, Indigenous issues, other issues surrounding, and our policy has been very successful. I'm wondering why it is the Conservatives, and maybe my colleague can elaborate, why it is the Conservatives have not been able to land on anything successfully that deals with a very important aspect, and that being the environment and doing what's right for the environment. This is something that Canadians want them to do. Why have they not been successful?
Honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pay all my respect to my honourable colleague, and I know I can't say that, but I miss him in the House, but I can't say that. Sorry for that. So, Madam Speaker, go to the point. When the honourable colleague talking about First Nation, talking about the industry, talking about the people, well, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, with the Liberal policy, we have seen the Prime Minister saying we need to phase them out. We have seen the Prime Minister saying, well, it's not going down as fast as expected. This Prime Minister is not pro-Canadian industry. And I would even say, Madam Speaker, that this Prime Minister is not the friend of the First Nation who are working hand in hand with the oil and gas industry in Canada. Because we had so great projects to be sure that we can assume ourselves and to be autosuffisant in Canada with the support of the First Nation, and unfortunately, as this government failed to recognize that, a lot of good projects has to be cancelled.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the opposition House Leader for his remarks. I'm a bit surprised he had the audacity to put forward an amendment that criticized the bill in front of us because it fails to recognize climate change as real. After all, it was his party that voted that they did not believe climate change was real. So a bit surprising there. But my question, I believe in his remarks, he suggested the Conservative Party supports a zero-emission vehicle mandate, similar to the one in British Columbia. Is that indeed true, and is that something that we can work with him on?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I pay all my respect to my colleagues. So, yes, it is written in our motion that climate change is real, so we have to address it. So I think he will support our motion because it's written black on white in this resolution. So if he votes against, well, unfortunately, will not recognize that. Shame on him, but we will see what will be his vote. Based on that, Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear. Yes, it's a black and white written in our policy. Yes, we will.
And we have to resume debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my excellent colleague from Louis Saint-Laurent, with whom I have the pleasure of sharing the border of my riding. So, Madam Speaker, I know that you've just told me I only have 2 minutes, and I have a lot of content here to give. First of all, I want once again to reaffirm in this House that the Conservative Party of Canada recognizes climate change. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, our leader, and I was very proud of his leadership, he tabled an environmental plan. Now, Madam Speaker, with regard to C12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. There are 5 elements in the summary. There is one that my colleague drew to your attention and all colleagues here in the House. And point C is important. It's important to quote it. Establishes an advisory body to provide the Minister of the Environment with advice with respect to achieving net zero emissions by 2050 and matters that are referred to it by the Minister. Madam Speaker, what bothers us with regard to this bill is that, yet again, the Liberals have a hidden agenda. They're already making appointments. They've identified people who would be on the advisory body. Can we not respect all industries in Canada, all people in Canada, and to build together the necessary tools to address climate change, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and stop putting in opposition north, south, east, west, X industries versus Y industries? Let's work together. Do we really want to build a plan to have results? What's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, is that we're going to see the results only in 9 years, and now is the time that we need to take action. I think that's all the time that I have. Thank you. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now address private members' business based on the order indicated in today's order paper.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-219, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sexual exploitation, standing in the name of Mr. Nader.
Second reading of Bill C-219. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Schmally, moves that Bill C-219, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sexual exploitation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to represent the good people of Perth Wellington here in this place. It is an honour to rise in the House this afternoon to begin second reading debate of my private member's bill, known in this Parliament as Bill C-219, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sexual exploitation. As I stated when I introduced this bill at first reading, it is a direct result of the advocacy, comments, concerns of the people of Perth Wellington. In early 2018, an incident occurred in which a person employed to work with persons with disabilities, who was also a children's entertainer, was convicted of a serious sexual crime against a person living with disabilities. My constituents were outraged by the lenient sentence of a monetary fine and probation and called for a resolution to the flaw in the Criminal Code. Madam Speaker, I would say at the outset that in a perfect world, I would have liked to have done so much more through this bill to better support Canadians living with disabilities. Far too often I hear from constituents who live with disabilities that they have fallen through the cracks, those who have experienced challenges in accessing government programs, those who face challenges with housing, and those who encounter barriers in employment. However, as honourable members know, with the limitations of private members' business, it would not be possible to achieve all of these goals through legislation without a royal recommendation. In his 1913 autobiography, Theodore Roosevelt includes this quotation: "Do what you can with what you've got, where you are." So I'm here today in this House, doing what I can with the legislative resources available to me to try in this way to better protect Canadians living with disabilities. I originally introduced this legislation in the previous Parliament in January of 2019 as Bill C-424. However, as members know, the standing orders on private members' business were a barrier to moving this bill forward at the time, and it died on the order paper when the 42nd Parliament was dissolved. During the 2019 election, the proposals contained in my bill were included as part of the Conservative Party's election platform, and I personally made the commitment to my constituents that if I were to be re-elected, I would bring back this legislation to this House. Today, I'm fulfilling that commitment to the constituents of Perth Wellington. Shortly after I tabled this bill for the second time, in February 2020, another case involving sexual exploitation reached the news. This case involved a young person. The former chief of police of Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, was sentenced to a 15-month imprisonment following an October 2019 conviction for sexually exploiting a 17-year-old girl. In this instance, the offender was also convicted of sexual assault. However, this caused a legal issue as it was questioned as to whether the court could convict a guilty person of 2 criminal offenses for the same incident. In this case, the conviction of sexual exploitation was entered and the conviction of sexual assault was stayed. As a sexual exploitation charge is often accompanied by a sexual assault charge, Bill C-219 would provide the additional benefit of ensuring only fair sentences are available when such controversies occur. Furthermore, Bill C-219 proposes to provide courts with the ability to impose harsher sentences in instances when only a charge of sexual exploitation is made. One example of the convictions of sexual exploitation but not sexual assault occurred last year, also in Nova Scotia, in which a religious leader was convicted of sexually exploiting a 17-year-old young person. The second proposal contained within Bill C-219 was also inspired by the incident that occurred in my riding. If passed, this bill would require courts to consider the fact that a victim is a person living with a physical or mental disability as an aggravating circumstance when sentencing a person convicted under Section 286.1 sub 1 or 286.1 sub 2 of the Criminal Code. This would fill an unfortunate void currently existing in the Criminal Code. Persons living with disabilities are more vulnerable to this kind of exploitation due to a number of factors, including the capacity to give consent. What is more, in many cases, the offender is known to the victim and is often someone the victim must rely upon for care or other personal or financial support. This addition to the Criminal Code would ensure courts always take into account this vulnerability. It is a sad truth, but as legislators, we must be willing to admit that sexual exploitation is a problem in this country, and we must strengthen our laws to better protect the most vulnerable in our communities. Research and statistics have time and time again shown us that young people and persons living with disabilities are more often than not the victims of sexual and other types of crime. According to Statistics Canada report, Victims of Police-Reported Crime in Canada 2016, when controlling for population, the rate of victimization was highest among youth aged 16 to 17 and young adults aged 18 to 24. The report further explains, quote, overall, 8% of police-reported victims were victims of sexual offenses. However, these offenses were much more prevalent among child and youth victims that came to the attention of police. This report goes on to state that 34%, more than one-third of female victims of sexual offenses were aged only 12 to 17 years old. According to Statistics Canada report, Violent Victimization of Women with Disabilities, it states, according to both self-reported and police-reported data, the large majority of victims of sexual assault are women. This pattern is also evident when looking at the population with a disability, who are victims of self-reported sexual assault, as nearly 9 in 10 victims were women. The report also states, Canadians with a disability, 30% of incidents, were more likely to be victimized in their own home compared with victims who do not have a disability. This serves to highlight the sad reality that even in their own home, people with a disability are at an increased vulnerability. According to the Department of Justice's Research and Statistics Division, quote, sexual assault is a gendered crime. Women are victimized at a higher rate than men. As with other violent victimization, young people aged 15 to 24 years have the highest rates of sexual assault, 71 incidents per 1,000 population. Madam Speaker, sexual exploitation is a disturbing crime because it involves an imbalance and an abuse of power. Often it involves some sort of authority figure in a position of trust to the victim. That is why for years the Criminal Code has included the following description in the section for sexual exploitation. Every person who is in a position of trust or authority towards a young person or as a person with whom the young person is in a relationship of dependency. Furthermore, it's clarified in the sexual exploitation of a person with disability, it reads similarly, quote, every person who is in a position of trust or authority towards a person with a mental or physical disability or who is a person with whom a person with a mental or physical disability is in a relationship of dependency. This makes the specific crime of sexual exploitation all the more concerning. It requires a person in a position of power to take advantage of that power for their own appalling purposes. There is no excuse and there is no justification for these kinds of acts. These crimes occur when a person actively chooses to use their position to harm an innocent victim. Last month, I had the honor to meet virtually with representatives of Boost Child and Youth Advocacy Centre, an organization who provides services to victims of these types of crimes from Toronto to Barrie to Peterborough. They've talked about how difficult it is for victims of vulnerable populations in the justice system. We need to ensure they are respected and supported. We need to ensure when victims come forward, they feel they are taken seriously. We need to ensure victims of these types of crimes have faith in the system and believe the devastating acts committed against them will not go unpunished. I recognize that introducing legislation that proposes to increase sentences may not be consistent with the direction of the current government, which is often taking the position that some mandatory minimums are not appropriate. I would like to address this issue. Charter challenges on mandatory minimum sentences are determinations if the sentence is, quote, grossly disproportionate, end quote. This is not the case with this bill. Given the abuse of power and the long-term impacts on victims, it should be clear to all of us that a 1-year minimum sentence for sexual exploitation of a person under 18 years of age or a person with disability is proportionate to the serious crime. Sex crimes are different from many other crimes. This has been recognized by successive governments for decades, including the current Liberal government. The current mandatory minimum sentence of 90 days for sexual exploitation of a young person has been in place since the current Liberal government came to office, and they have chosen to keep that one in place. In fact, when the government introduced Bill C-22, their own backgrounder explicitly stated that they were not proposing to remove mandatory minimum sentences for sexual offences and listed them among other serious violent offences in which strict sentences remain in place. Furthermore, when the Justice Minister spoke in this House, he clearly stated sexual offences committed against children are committed by serious criminals and should be treated seriously. The same should be true of sexual offences committed against persons living with disabilities. Madam Speaker, it would be beneficial for Parliament, the elected branch of government, to explicitly include in the criminal code a higher sentence for these crimes for the purpose of protecting vulnerable Canadians. Criminal laws serve to protect vulnerable people and serve a valid purpose. They are a legitimate part of fostering a safe society, and they serve the public good. In the last number of months, under the challenges of COVID-19, many Canadians have been distressed to hear of increasing reports of sexual crimes. On July 13, 2020, a CBC News headline stated, "Child sex exploitation is on the rise in Canada during the pandemic." The article states cybertip.ca saw an 81% spike over April, May, and June 2020 in reports from youth who have been sexually exploited and reports of people trying to sexually abuse children. A Global News report last month stated a man from outside of Edmonton was arrested and charged with multiple counts of exploitation, among other charges. And a March 20th, 2021 CBC News headline stated, "Reports of sexual violations against children double in PEI." I encourage all members of all parties to come together and support this bill. In fact, there is precedence for all-party cooperation regarding changes to these sections of the Criminal Code. Prior to 2005, the maximum sentence for sexual exploitation of a young person as an indictable offence was only 5 years, and no minimum sentence was provided. This change in the 38th Parliament, when the then Liberal minority government passed Bill C-2, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Protection of Children and Other Vulnerable Persons, and the Canada Evidence Act, and was sponsored by then Justice Minister Irwin Cotler. That bill increased the maximum sentence for sexual exploitation of a young person to 10 years and introduced a minimum sentence of 14 days. The bill also added to the criminal code a list of factors regarding the nature and circumstance of the relations to be established to determine how the relationship is exploitative. As Minister Kotler told the Justice Committee at the time, the purposes of the bill were, quote, to provide greater protection to youth against sexual exploitation from persons who would prey on their vulnerability. This bill was not only supported by all parties, but its passage was accelerated by all-party agreement and the use of unanimous consent motions. Then, on May 1, 2008, the Criminal Code was amended again through another bill also named C2, this time to change the definition of a young person and to provide additional protections. This bill, C2, the Tackling Violent Crime Act, was sponsored by the then Justice Minister Rob Nicholson and passed quickly through the House of Commons with all-party support and cooperation. I would note the support of this bill included the current Minister of Transport, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, the Government House Leader, the Chief Government Whip, and the Liberal members for Ottawa South, Halifax West, Humber River Black Creek, Lac St. Louis, and Costa Bay's Central Notre Dame. Madam Speaker, young people and persons living with disabilities need to be protected. It is incumbent on us to pass this bill because it is a targeted bill to correct two specific flaws in the criminal code. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to ensure the criminal code provides appropriate sentences for disturbing crimes so vulnerable Canadians are not at risk. There is no excuse for these crimes. Madam Speaker, I urge all my fellow members to support this important bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for introducing this bill and for his contributions today. In terms of two questions put to him, he raised the issue of sexual offences, and I would put to him that what he's actually proposing here is not just keeping a mandatory minimum, but expanding it from 90 days to 1 year on summary conviction. And courts have already held in this country, in the Yukon and Nova Scotia, that has been found unconstitutional. Second point is that I'm asking him, given his long analysis and deep thought on the issue of mandatory minimums, what his position would be with respect to our position on this side of the aisle, that mandatory minimums contribute to the overrepresentation of people in the criminal justice system. They do not serve victims, and particularly they do not serve Black and Indigenous Canadians. Given that reality, would he be minded to move to be supportive of Bill C-22, which is currently before this House? Thank you.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his questions, and I will try to address most of what he spoke about. I would start, though, with what he ended with, and that is mandatory minimums and overrepresentation of certain groups within the criminal justice system, and that is a conversation that needs to be had. But on the crime of sexual exploitation is a crime in which there is a power imbalance, in which the offender is a person who is in a position of power over the victim. They are not a vulnerable population. It is the victim in these cases who is in a position of vulnerable population. Second, to the point of mandatory minimums more generally, courts and this Parliament have recognized that certain crimes need to be condemned and need to take strong actions on them. And this is the case with violent crimes and with sexually based crimes. And in this case, I would argue that this is one that would withstand a charter challenge due to the serious nature of the actions undertaken by offenders against vulnerable populations, including young people and persons living with disabilities. They are the ones, the vulnerable populations, that we need to be defending with this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question to ask about the amendments. They have to do with hybrid offences, whether they could be punished by summary conviction, and it depends on the severity of the act that the accused is accused of. The mandatory minimum sentence could be the same of 1 year for a criminal act as for a summary conviction for crimes which are essentially considered different and their degree of seriousness is different. I would like to know what my colleague thinks of that, the member for Perth Wellington.
Je m'excuse, mais je vais répondre en...
I apologize, I will answer in English, but I would like to thank my colleague for the question. It's a little hard for me to answer in French, and I I apologize to the honourable member.
About summary versus indictable offences, and if I well understood the question, whether or not it was a summary conviction and indictable offences would have the same mandatory minimum sentence, and whether that would be appropriate given that they may be slightly different crimes. I would argue that the seriousness of these crimes, whether it is on summary conviction or an indictable offence, I would argue that the minimum sentence of 1 year would be appropriate for either summary conviction or otherwise, given the seriousness of the power imbalance of an indictable offense, of an offence involving a vulnerable population. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malad Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for Perth Wellington for his speech. I guess the problem I have with mandatory minimums is that they tend to be a one-size-fits-all, no matter the circumstances or the information on each case, and I'm worried about them taking away from judicial discretion. I was wondering, Madam Speaker, about his thoughts on the sentencing principles that already exist in the Criminal Code under Section 718.2, which do require a judge to take into account whether there was a position of authority or trust, whether a person was under the age of 18 years, and these allow judges to significantly increase penalties based on the circumstances of the case. I believe what he is trying to tackle in this bill is already allowed for in the Criminal Code, and I'm wondering why he does not agree with that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for his contribution. He does raise an important point about sentencing guidelines, which are already there, and I do agree with that to a degree. But we have seen cases, including one that happened in my riding, where that wasn't the outcome, where there was no sentence, where there was a monetary fine and probation for the individual that I've seen in this riding. And I would say that when there is a serious crime, we need to, as Parliament, stand up and say that this is not appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I think it's safe to say that all parliamentarians reflect quite often, in many ways, their constituents' beliefs. And I think in this situation, you would find a fairly wide consensus in terms of the hideous crimes that are being perpetrated and brought forward in society far too often. When we think of sexual offenses in particular that are against children and persons with disabilities, these are indeed very hideous crimes, and they cause so much damage to our society. When you think of an occurrence or the time in which something takes place, and then there is the hours, or often even more than hours, of the actual incident. It could be prolonged into days. If you talk about captivity, it could be even much longer than that. And then they seem to forget often that the consequences of being a victim of such a crime goes far beyond that. It stays with the person for the rest of their lives. And I think that it's really important that as legislators, that we understand and we appreciate the real impact that these type of crimes are having on victims and family members of victims, and indeed friends. And that by doing that, by having that appreciation and understanding, I think that we're in a better position to be able to take the actions that I think that are so critically important. I used to serve on a justice committee, and I want to bring it in two perspectives. And it was a youth justice committee. In fact, I was a chair for a number of years. And we had this discussion about minimum sentencing or minimum dispositions as we started to get a larger number of people that were stealing cars. And we would have those on the committee that would say that, look, who no matter who the person is, and if they steal a car, we need to ensure that that youth has a minimum sentence or assessment where he or she, most often than not, it was he, would be having to fulfill X, Y, and Z, plus whatever it is that they would have to assign. And there were other members of the committee that took a different approach, saying that we need to allow these honorary probation officers that were dealing with youth the ability to have discretion. Now, as a justice committee, we never dealt with sexual offenses. But the principle of judicial discretion is something in which we had this, what I believe was a very healthy discussion. And at the end of the day, one of the things that I can recall is that when we first formed as a committee, some of the hardest attitudes towards ensuring that there was the toughest of all consequences, some of those individuals actually came to the floor, or came to believe that these minimums were not what it is that we should be putting into place. And now the reason why I say that is because I do believe that if we were to canvass our constituents, that everyone would agree that sexual offenses, in particular against children and persons of disabilities, is such a crime that it upsets people in a very significant way, emotionally. We have a difficult time understanding why an offender would do such a thing. And the initial reaction is put him in jail and throw away the key. We as legislators understand and appreciate that that's not necessarily the answer. Yes, there does need to be a consequence. There does need to be an element of punishment. But we also need to take a look at the bigger picture. And it's not to say, as the introducer of the motion has put on the record, saying that, indicating that former Liberal ministers have come forward and said yes to minimum sentences for certain types of crimes, this being one of them. It doesn't mean that we have to outright oppose all minimum sentencing. But what it does mean is that we need to give special consideration on the types of things that are happening in our communities. And whenever you think of minimum sentencing, as my New Democratic friend pointed out, think in terms of judicial independence and the laws in which we have in place today. And the criminal code covers most of everything, if not everything. Now, I haven't gone through the details of the legislation, the private member's bill that's been provided, but it would seem to cover in one fashion or another what it is that we're having to face today. You might find the odd example that might challenge it to a certain degree, but I think that we have to be very careful not to recognize the importance of judicial discretion. Because part of the fear that I have is, in fact, when we talk about, systemic racism, and we look at incarceration and the role that has played, at least in part, that it would be irresponsible for us as legislators not to take into consideration anytime we talk about minimum sentencing and the impact that has on other issues where there could be a correlation. Madam Speaker, I find some crimes very upsetting, more so than others. And the issue of exploitation is something in which, from a personal point of view, I don't think we could ever do enough in terms of discussion, debates, looking at ways in which we can actually combat it. I don't believe it has been getting better over the last number of years. You can go back for the last decades, Madam Speaker. And in part, it's because of the amount of exploitation that is taking place on the internet today. And I think that, I applaud the ministers of the government that I know have been doing a tremendous amount of consulting on this issue. As we have a prime minister with a teaching background that understands the importance of young people and making sure that they get the best chances at life. And when you start talking about sexual exploitation and those that are vulnerable in our society, we need to be there in order to provide that extra level of protection. There are things that we can do. And I do believe the government of Canada has been very proactive on that file. And Madam Speaker, from my perspective, I'm hopeful that we will see a downturn. This pandemic and some of the things that we hear as a direct result of the pandemic on the issue of sexual exploitation is making a lot of people nervous, because we know that the cost of one offense is horrendous, not to mention the impact it has on the victim, Madam Speaker. And the costs go far beyond a dollar value. It talks about how we want to evolve as a society.
We have to proceed to the next speaker. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today to Bill C-219. And this text ends to amend the Criminal Code to increase the penalty for sexual penalty and to make an aggravating circumstance if the person has a mental or physical disability. I agree probably with the House, because with agreeing to the intention of this bill is with a noble intention, which is to protect those who are the most vulnerable in our society. But I'm not comfortable with the way that we achieve this objective in terms of establishing a higher sentence. I don't like mandatory sentences. Before I go into the details, I'd like to talk about minimum sentencing and about something I mentioned already in this House in terms of the dissuasive factor that these have. In that there was a code in the 19th century in England. There was the capital punishment for certain crimes. If someone stole something like a turnip that was worth more than 12 pence. And people thought it would dissuade people from stealing, but it wasn't the case. What happened was that juries, instead of sending people, punishing them for such strongly for such crimes, they often were let go and didn't have a dissuasive effect, but rather it was persuasive, because there were more turnips stole than ever after there was capital punishment for such a theft. So when there's a minimum sentence, sometimes it's not dissuasive for anyone but the judge. People will find a way of being acquitted rather than receiving a disproportionately correct sentence. So if the minimum sentence is very small, you can wonder if it really has a dissuasive effect first, and then you wonder if it will give the judge less latitude. So Before I get into the details, I'd like to say that at this stage, I won't say whether we should send this to second reading at committee. I think the bill raises several questions, and that's what I'll just look at today before I say that whether I will vote for or against this bill at second reading. I think the debate on this House will really shed light on this, and it will really underscore the importance of debate in this House. So the three aspects that this bill cover, well, the first one concerns the whole issue of the person in a position of authority. Paragraph 1.1, we're talking about changing the minimum sentence through a summary conviction, and it's increased to 1 year. And when there is a summary conviction, the judge can admit a sentence of between 1 year and 2 years. So it's really limiting the judicial discretion here in terms of establishing the sentence. Whether the person is deemed culpable or is acquitted, there is a sentence, and it really limits the judge's latitude. Another problem in this case is that what we're doing is we're establishing a minimum sentence for crimes that are of different seriousness. So there's a mandatory minimum sentence for a crimes of different seriousness. So this also raises issues. And there's also the fact that the amendment to the criminal code may not be constitutional. There was a Yukon appeal in 2019 that deemed the mandatory minimum sentence of 1 year unconstitutional. So a 1 year minimum sentence may also not withstand a charter challenge. The Nova Scotia court also declared this portion of the law unconstitutional, like lower courts in other provinces have. So if we're talking about the second amendment that is suggested in this bill, we're looking at what includes a situation where a person has authority or trust or over a person who has a mental or physical disability. And the problem with this is that, once again, we're adding a mandatory 1 year sentence through a summary conviction. And we also have to look at the relevance of having a minimum sentence. And another issue is whether this would withstand a charter challenge. Sometimes we're trying to protect people who are similar, that are both vulnerable. For example, a child that's under 16 years of age. And the Quebec Appeals Court already put the mandatory minimum sentence in another judgment, and it stated that the mandatory minimum sentence of 1 year in the Criminal Code of Quebec is not constitutional under Section 12 of the Charter. So in this particular case, there could be an issue with respect to the Charter. Another is that Article 153 is not very used. It's not very clear. And I would refer to the decision of the judge on the Queen versus LC. And paragraph 184, it says that there's no particular jurisprudence, and it has not been used very often. And our work as parliamentarians is to look at these provisions, and they were created at the request of people who represent people with disabilities, who want to respect the most vulnerable people with respect to caregivers. And these have to have complementary provisions, and according to the court, these provisions cover those who benefit from someone's handicap. So the conclusion is that the person was acquitted under Clause 153 because they had to prove that they abused of the person's disability. And what the Crown usually does is they use other clearer clauses to convict the person, which makes this clause somewhat unuseful because it's not clear enough or it's too hard to meet the burden of proof. The last amendment in this bill is sexual activity, considering that if the person has a mental or physical ability, it would be an aggravating circumstance. So we could expect, and perhaps this is what's absurd here, it may create some discrimination when sex workers are hired. For example, sex workers who would have a disability, which wouldn't make them vulnerable, will be more criminalized than someone who doesn't have a handicap. So this is a very strange aspect of this very literal reading of this article. So look at Article 718.2 of the Criminal Code, which already sets out aggravating circumstances with respect to crimes against vulnerable persons. It says that if there is a sentence for a person who has abused of a person who is vulnerable, they give particular attention to the origins of the offense. So justices can apply a stricter sentence if the person is vulnerable, if the victim is vulnerable. So there are several provisions in this bill that we could look at. For example, the Bedford sentence criminalizes offering sexual services. Should we really focus on the Johns or other issues? Well, we'll have to continue debate and hear what parliamentarians have to say about this debate. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to be rising today to speak to Bill C-219. And I'd like to thank the member for Perth Wellington for bringing forward the bill. And while I have great respect for the member, I cannot bring myself to support his bill. And I say this knowing full well of his noble intentions to protect some of the most vulnerable in our society. Now, Bill C-219 is yet another conservative amendment to the Criminal Code that seeks to bring in mandatory minimum sentences. In this case, the amendments are to the sections dealing with offenses for sexual exploitation, both against young persons and persons with disabilities. The bill would add the fact that the victim is a person with a disability as an aggravating circumstance for the purpose of sentencing when someone is found guilty of purchasing sexual services from a person under 18 years of age. Now, in the 41st Parliament, the NDP opposed the whole section of the Criminal Code which was criminalizing sex work because, of course, we know full well that that is forcing it even deeper into the shadows. And unfortunately, the bill that we have before us today is attempting to grandstand on the backs of victims. And I use that word because the bill will actually do nothing to prevent these crimes, nor will it reduce their severity. Now, too often, Madam Speaker, in this place, we let overheated rhetoric and the stoking of people's fears replace good policy. This is especially the case when dealing with criminal law. As legislators, we cannot let the desire for revenge substitute against what all the evidence shows us. And I am speaking as a parent of 3 young children, so I understand the emotional gut punch of these crimes. They are vile and they are of a nature that makes us recoil in horror. But I have to detach myself from those emotional feelings. I'm not a judge. I am not the person who is looking at the circumstances of the case. And that is where I have to draw the line, the separation between the legislative branch of government and the judicial branch of government. As New Democrats, we are opposed to mandatory minimums because they are an ineffective tool against crime. They do not deter perpetrators from committing crimes. We believe that discretion on sentencing should be left in the hands of judges. Alternative sentences or diversion programs almost always have better results in terms of rehabilitating perpetrators and thus preventing future crimes. Mandatory minimums prevent judges from using these alternative sentences and diversion programs. Mandatory minimums remove the decision-making power from judges. And mandatory minimums deprive the court of the nuance it needs to bring in its decision-making. Unfortunately, the conservative approach is to have the exact same minimum punishment for every conviction, regardless of the circumstances of the case. And Madam Speaker, they can also have the effect of clogging up our court system, because you may have accused innocent persons who are most likely to take a plea deal in order to avoid mandatory minimum sentencing if they feel that there is not strong enough evidence to acquit them, even though they are quite sure of their innocence, while those who are guilty may not have any incentive to plead guilty because they know there's going to be a mandatory minimum in place. So, we already have a judicial system which is bursting at the seams with so many court cases that have been backlogged, and this has been exacerbated by COVID-19. I certainly don't want to add to our already overburdened court system. The evidence is very, very clear. Mandatory minimums, they are ineffective, and they are in fact a dangerous justice tool. They do not deter crime, they do not increase public safety, and they disproportionately affect Indigenous and other racialized Canadians. And they are also incredibly expensive. We have known this for decades. It was back in 1984 that the Canadian Sentencing Commission concluded that mandatory minimums create injustice without accomplishing any of the other functions ascribed to them. And in 2005, a Department of Justice report found evidence that minimum sentences are not an effective sentencing tool. That is, they constrain judicial discretion without offering any increased crime prevention benefits. Now, for the next part of my speech, Madam Speaker, I want to move on to a very important and already existing section of the Criminal Code. It's very important for us to realize in the context of today's debate and in any reform of the Criminal Code that there are already detailed sentencing principles that a judge must apply in their consideration of the appropriate punishment. So, for example, Madam Speaker, under Section 718.01, anytime there's an offense against children, the court has to, when imposing a sentence, it has to give primary consideration to the objectives of denunciation and deterrence of such conduct. Under the existing Section 718.04, when it comes to an offense against a vulnerable person, the court has to give primary consideration to the objectives of denunciation and deterrence. And a fundamental principle that is outlined under Section 718.1 is that a sentence must be proportionate to the gravity of the offense and the degree and the responsibility of the offender. And of course, the section that has often been quoted in these types of debates is the other sentencing principles as outlined under the existing Section 718.2. which, for the purposes of C219, I should mention, specifically reference whether the offender in committing an offense abused a person under the age of 18 years, whether the offender in committing the offense abused a position of trust or authority in relation to the victim, and also evidence that the offense had a significant impact on the victim, considering their age and other personal circumstances, including their health. All of these specific references, which are already there in the Criminal Code, give judges incredible leeway to apply the appropriate punishment for the appropriate crime. And I have to go back to my earlier comment. I know these crimes elicit a very strong emotional response. And it's important for us to remember that the criminal code, at the end of the day, it is not a proactive piece of legislation. It is very often a reactive piece of legislation. It comes into effect after the fact, after the crime has been committed. And our ultimate goal is try and engage in preventative measures, and of course to make sure that we do have those supports in place for the victims. So, Madam Speaker, while I do thank the member for Perth Wellington for bringing forward this bill for debate, and again I will say I know that it is coming from a good place and it has very noble intentions. In conclusion, my NDP colleagues and I support doing what is most effective to prevent crime and which also offers the best outcomes for the victims of crime. I'll conclude there, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak in support of my colleague from Perth Wellington's private member's bill, Bill C-219, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sexual exploitation. The purpose of this bill is to increase the maximum and minimum sentences for individuals found guilty of sexually exploiting vulnerable individuals, such as children and those with mental disabilities under the Criminal Code. The reasoning that this bill is needed is so disheartening. Madam Speaker, a Stratford man who worked for a social service agency and performed as a clown was convicted of obtaining sexual services for consideration involving a 25-year-old mentally disabled woman. The punishment for his crime was just a 2 years probation and a $2,000 fine. Madam Speaker, this man preyed on this woman and took advantage of her and was let off the hook with a slap on the wrist. Sadly, Madam Speaker, this isn't an isolated incident. In 2016, a Nova Scotian police chief was found guilty for sexually exploiting a teenager girl. A police chief, a person who we are taught to trust and go to for safety, abused his position and exploited a vulnerable individual, and all his punishment was 15 months. This is so disturbing, Madam Speaker. As the Shadow Minister for Women and Gender Equality, I have the opportunity to sit on the Status of Women Committee. And recently we tabled our report on the impacts of COVID-19 on women. One of the things that we learned about the devastating impacts of COVID and the consequences of the lockdowns was that women's shelters saw a significant decrease in the number of calls they were receiving from women. Normally, a reduction in calls would be a good thing. But what we know is that during times of crisis, violence towards women actually increases. So this meant that women were trapped at their homes with their abusers with no help. They were basically living in their own type of prison. But women were not the only ones who saw an increase in violence directed at them. Cybertips.ca reported that with children doing school remotely and spending more time on their computers, tablets, and phones, saw an 81% increase in the number of reports from youth who had been sexually exploited and reports of people trying to sexually abuse children. The National Child Exploitation Crime Center also reported at the onset of the pandemic that they saw offenders on live streaming sites, social media, and on the dark web looking for children to chat with online or to meet in person so they could sexually assault them. Madam Speaker, it is hard to believe that in a country such as Canada, people who like to prey on these vulnerable individuals exist. We owe it to our children and to those most vulnerable to ensure that those who would prey on them for their own sexual pleasure are met with some of the toughest punishment. This is why, Madam Speaker, I fully support my colleague's private member's bill to bring in mandatory minimums on these criminals and strongly urge all members of this House to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to join second reading of Bill C-219, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sexual exploitation, which was introduced on February the 25th of 2020 by the member from Perth Wellington. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge the bill's important objectives to better protect young people and persons with disabilities from sexual exploitation and to ensure the appropriate sentencing for anyone who commits a serious sexual crime against them. The available data show, Madam Speaker, that we must remain vigilant in ensuring that children and people living with disabilities are protected from sexual violence. We know that young persons aged 15 to 24 have the highest rate of sexual assault, and this comes from Just Facts Sexual Assault May of 2017. According to the 2014 General Social Survey on Victimization, Canadians with disabilities were almost twice as likely to be victims of violent crime than Canadians who did not have a disability. That survey also indicates that the proportion of women with mental health-related disabilities who reported being a victim of sexual assault was over 3 times higher than that of their counterparts with no such condition. This bill proposes a number of sentencing reforms that would apply to 3 sexual offences: sexual exploitation in Section 153, sexual exploitation of a person with disability, and that's Section 153.1, and purchasing sexual services, Section 286.1. These reforms involve increasing and imposing new mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment on sexual exploitation offences. I have just noted increasing the maximum penalty for sexual exploitation of persons with disability and a new aggravating factor that would apply where sexual services are purchased from a person living with a disability. I propose to situate these reforms in the broader criminal framework governing sexual offending, which is recognized as one of the most comprehensive in the world. The Criminal Code includes child-specific sexual offences as well as sexual offences of general application that criminalize a broad range of conduct. These offences protect children from all forms of sexual conduct with adults. For example, offences prohibiting sexual interference in Section 151 and invitation to sexual touching, Section 152, protect children under the ages of 16. Once it's established that sexual conduct occurred and that the accused knew the victim was under the age of 16 or failed to take responsible steps to ascertain the age, that age when the circumstances required it, the offense has been committed. It doesn't matter whether the young person consented. The Criminal Code sexual exploitation offense, Section 153, which this bill proposes to amend, protects 16 and 17-year-old youth from sexual conduct with adults where there is a relationship of trust, authority, or dependency between adult and the young person, or relationship is otherwise exploitative of the young person. Courts may infer that a relationship is exploitative of a young person from the nature of the circumstances of the relationship, including the age difference between the accused and the young person, the evolution of the relationship, and the degree of control or influence by the accused over the young person. And that's subsection 153, 1.2. I do know, Madam Speaker, that you'll probably be cutting me off momentarily. I have 2 minutes remaining, thank you. And then perhaps I'll get to finish when this comes back again. Here, the offense is committed where it is established that the sexual conduct occurred in the context of one of the relationships and the accused knew that the victim was 16 or 17 or failed to take reasonable steps to ascertain that age when the circumstances required it. Again, it doesn't matter whether the young person consented. These are all serious offenses with maximum penalties of 14 years imprisonment on indictment and the MMPs of 1 year on indictment and 90 days on summary conviction. Furthermore, the sexual assault offenses, section 271 to 273, which protect all Canadians, also protect children. Sexual assault captures the full range of sexual contact, from kissing to intercourse. Where the victim is under the age of 16, this offense carries the same penalties as do child-specific sexual offenses. The sexual assault provisions also protect all Canadians, including those living with disabilities. Sexual assault where the victim is 16 years or older involves sexual touching without consent of the person being touched. In recognition of the fact that sexual assault victims are often vulnerable and have very difficult time to coming forward, the sexual assault provisions contain special rules and procedures that are designed to protect victims. For example, the Criminal Code defines consent as the voluntary agreement of the complainant to engage in the sexual activity in question, and that's subsection 273.1, subsection 1. This means that consent must be expressed actively through words or conduct. Anything short of that does not constitute consent. The Criminal Code also specifies that consent is not obtained as a matter of law in a number of different circumstances.
You will have, the honourable member will have 4 minutes to complete the next time the bill comes to the floor. It being 2:30, comité maintenant.
It now being 2:30 p.m., the House will adjourn until next Monday, 11 a.m., pursuant to 24(1) of the standing orders.